Music's just slightly on the loud end. Okay. So the part we left off on yesterday. We can turn on and off sandbox mode, and that causes a refetch of data. So we don't have a bunch of sandbox data created. I could go create some new quotes right here in sandbox mode, or we can switch back and it triggers a refetch of those things. We should have a spinner or something that would be better. Software as a service for software as a service. So yeah, basically being able to turn on and off sandbox mode, I think is important because people still need to be able to like test. Like, you know, they want to do staging environment stuff that doesn't impact production. That's not always the case, but I think for something where like devs need to connect and do things in certain environments, it becomes very like really valuable. So yeah, right? Stripe has a good sandbox mode or test mode or whatever they call it. I'm basically following their model for this stuff. Like just how the toggle's in the top there. We got a little banner at the top. All right? You can get some info about what sandbox mode really means, which we probably want to add more content to, but making that perfect is outside the scope of MVP. The thing we want to work on today is actually if we go, right, we do a refetch, we go to one of these and get the details of it, right? We also probably need to do, yeah, we need to fix the graphs here to show like a minimum value. That would be ideal. But if I toggle sandbox mode on here, we should get a 404. Right? Just so people know that like this doesn't transfer over. You're not going to see this in production if it's a sandbox one and vice versa. So my thought is I want to create like a component for all the pages this is going to be on. That component needs to be aware of whether we are in sandbox mode or not. And, right, because the way it needs to be aware of that is if we're in production and we get a 404, we got to let people know like, hey, this doesn't exist. It could be that you're looking at, you're trying to find one in sandbox mode if we're in production and it's not there, or vice versa, if we're in sandbox mode but it's a production one, then that would be like the thing as well. So, yeah. We got to think about how we present a 404 on these pages that, you know, at least lets them know that they might just be in the wrong mode. We have an API. Just keep in mind, data transfer is whatever quota you want to have in your system. I'm not specifically managing data transfer. This is just a quota that you send me at a transaction for or a usage for. So it's much more generic than that. This is just an example of what kind of quota you might want to try. Yeah, makes sense. So I'd say just keep in mind the beta. I don't think that works. I need to get rid of that. Yeah. Don't worry about the beta. I don't even know if that email goes anywhere. But if you go to the documentation, you can see a little bit of what the API will look like. This is outdated. We have since changed up a whole bunch of this stuff, so it's not exactly how it's going to work. But you can get a feel for like what we're talking about with what a transaction actually is. So yeah, the first part we want to do today is building out that 404 like mechanism when you're toggling sandbox, etc. But the next thing we got to do after that is actually bringing these docs up to date with what we have. And to do that is actually kind of simple. because of how I do my endpoints here, right? This metadata is how I end up building that stuff. Absolutely. How you handle that billing is up to you. Like, I'm not tying into Stripe. I'm not doing any of that stuff. All I'm doing is tracking the quota for you and allowing it to reset at the end of the month. And, some of that metadata. I've got more to build out. I need to prove it out with like dog fooding it into another product, which we'll build after we're done. But I need to, let me just put it this way. You won't be able to use it, and I don't think it'll even be production ready for at least a month. The MVP may be launched, but I wouldn't necessarily try and build around it yet while I'm still trying to dog food it and figure out if it solves my problem even. But if you want to try and, just build some small proof of concept to help me test it, that would be great. And I think that MVP, we're probably, 3 weeks out. But I would not necessarily say it's production ready at that point. Yeah, for sure. The whole reason I'm talking about the docs is this metadata that builds out that document you just saw, right? Like this page. We need to make sure that it's actually accurate so that I can then create SDKs so you can have type safety and some of that. So for the main reason, we use a thing called Dread.js, which is going to use the OpenAPI spec that this is built from, and it's actually going to run tests against our API. So I got to make sure that my spec is actually accurate with what my API says it will do. And that'll be maybe the biggest thing we start doing probably later today, but maybe starting tomorrow. Because I need to build that 404 component first. Because that's the task that we're currently on. So yeah, basically implement sandbox env. This is really our last major step. This is probably a nice to have. And I'll just move it a little lower. The mobile view stuff, I don't know. I think mobile will be post MVP. And then, yeah, this is the biggest thing, right? Make sure the API is fully tested with Dread and documented at the schema level to fill in API docs. I think 1 week is a little ambitious, but we'll see. Yep. Yeah, sounds good. Yeah, so based upon my estimates, yeah, I'm saying it probably at least 3 weeks. Maybe some of this stuff goes quicker. We'll see. And yeah, then this is post MVP stuff that I'm not too worried about right now. So yeah. It's a nice early day. But it is a Friday before a 4-day weekend. Yeah, let's do this. I was pretty good about it yesterday. I was all right about it the day before. I was pretty good about it the day before that. Yeah, I'm thinking Monday can be a nice long stream day because I got that day off work. And it's definitely not a day that snowboarding would be any good. But let me grab the Coca-Cola. I figured, it's a holiday, right? Treat myself. So yeah, welcome everybody. How you doing today? Happy Friday. And let's start building out this component. Right, so I haven't tried the Pendleton in Coca-Cola. We'll see how that goes. But yeah, so building out this 404. Let's just create the component. Yeah, that's not bad. Um, Hold on. Do we have a not found? We don't have a not found. Let me double check. It's not in shared. Okay, so we need a not found component. Um, yeah, props wise, is sandbox. Hello? That was weird. Why doesn't it want to complete that? What the hell? My cursor's like not staying where it should. Hitting tab is breaking. All right, so I think it's just VS Code being a jerk about the update. Oh, you like the effects? Yeah, power mode's fun. Okay. Yeah, I think VS Code was just having a brain fart. No worries, Power of the Sun. Yeah, it's fun. Temp Vite app, we don't care about. Calatrava, we'll keep it open. Let me just double check. We don't need LM Studio open. Right? Like, I'm not even dealing with a lot of, like, memory pressure at the moment. Firefox still wants to use a gig just for my chat window. We do need OrbStack still running. All right. Yeah, I'd say we're good. 38 gigs of RAM used. I find it interesting that Ghosty is like right on par with iTerms RAM usage. All right, so hold on. We'll archive that tab. And I'll get... Oh, it's not auto-playing, is it? No, stop that. Yeah, let me do some updates anyway, right? Yeah, Twitch chat has a memory leak, which is a little annoying. I think it's mainly due to the way that the window I have for chat on this machine ends up sticking around through like all the raids, which is how I see like the raid chain. And I think Firefox is aggressively caching some of those pages for like easy like back navigation, something like that. I should probably update Chrome too. All right, so back to this component. Whether we are in sandbox mode should be a thing. We should also maybe have like entity name. Okay, so hold on. Super Maven auto completed this part for us, but why? Like, what does that ternary even do? Oh, Super Maven. All right, let's just stick with this. All right, we got the not found component. We got to think about how we want to show that. Oh yeah. Here's what I want to do as well. We got way too much stuff. Let's bring the notes open. And yeah, so here's the main reason I needed this as a component, because I'm going to have, let's count it, and I can show you this sidebar. Accounts. No. Account details, balance accounts, balance create, balance details, balance edit, balance payments, right? That's 6 of them. Balance transactions. So then quota accounts, quota adjustments, quota details, and quota usages. We have 11 pages so far that are going to be environment specific. I don't know if it's quite worth building out like a full, like entire page abstraction, but at least having the content for that abstracted out for the 11 pages we're going to use it on, that'll be important. I think handling the 404 is just something we do and like repeat with a couple like copy paste style lines of code. It is 11 pages. There's definitely an abstraction to be made there. I don't think we care about that abstraction now, but I think that would be a decent, like, longer term backlog item. Refactor pages that could 404 when switching sandbox mode. Yeah. Yeah, I'll understand that. And yeah, happy Friday. What's everyone up to? Anything fun? So yeah, not found page. Let's just start from the top. We'll just do it from account details. I think that's the move. All right, so this is where we end up fetching the individual like account quota and account balance data for each of the quotas and balances. And theoretically, that'll be very different. Yeah, I don't know. I'm going to want to make sure we limit the amount of requests in some way. Like, yeah, it'll basically just be in these if checks, right? If business.business ID and account ID. Nope, not there. It's this part. So we'll just simply say is not found as part of that state. All right, so we do is not found, false. We do a dot then. If we get this account, dot catch. Do we want to check for a 404 specifically? The only other way this could fail is, right, like even if you don't have permission for the item you're fetching, it's still a 404. A 401 would disconnect you. A 500 would be tricky. But we have like the batch 500 handler, right? If we get multiple 500s within 30 seconds, I think, we realize the site's down and something's gone terribly wrong, and we should probably fix that page a little bit eventually. But I think here, yeah, this is just set is not found true. All right, need to reset that state just in case. We need to listen for is sandbox. But this is not a use state. This is a use atom. Yep, I'll say that stuff's good. Right, so then is sandbox, this would retrigger, and then I think all these don't need to worry about it because that global state is being used elsewhere for the fetching, and the balances values would update on their own. But the is 404, right, we would do is not found there. Excuse me. Sorry about that. God, I keep capitalizing that O. And then, yeah, here we want to do the same thing. You got your dream job? Hell yeah. What is your dream job if you're willing to share? And yeah, dude, you're not kidding. Yeah, you followed back in 2021, September 2021, so peak COVID, right? Let's see, September of 2021. Did you make it in here from a Learn with Leon raid? But just on the recommended. Okay, just curious. Yeah, Learn with Leon raids fairly, like, I wouldn't say frequently as far as like how often I stream, but frequently as far as how often he streams. And he's just the best. So yeah, we do get a lot of like learning kind of like viewers in the channel. Just thanks to him, because he's great. Ooh, that's a good question. I like that. Yeah, what were you doing for work before learning to code? Me, myself, I was a snowboard bum. So that means I would work terrain park during the winter at Stevens Pass, and I would do all sorts of shitty odd jobs at Timberline during the summer. And I would ride like 150 days a year. Used to be a sous chef. Oh, nice. Yeah. I worked at the Cascade Dining Room at Timberline Lodge in Oregon for a long time. So I started out as a like pantry, like cook, chef, whatever. So I did the salads and the amuse and some of that stuff. And then I migrated to prep cook, and then I migrated to dishwasher for a couple summers, and then I migrated to banquets, so doing like weddings and some of those things. Then I migrated to being the cook in the Blue Ox. The Blue Ox is like the little pizza place in like the old woodshed. It used to be like a speakeasy back in Prohibition times. And then yeah, I even worked at Terrain Park and a few other like odd jobs, like even janitor down at Mount Hood during the summer. So yeah, like man, I've done it all. It's fun. And yeah, sous chef. That's great. What type of food were you cooking as a sous chef? Any specific cuisine or just more like Americana, kind of just all sorts of stuff? Yeah, I credit working in the kitchen to me like enjoying cooking. Also, just being a broke snowboard bum and not being able to afford to eat out. Oh, there you go, talented. That's cool. Wait, there were mobsters in Spokane? Bar food to fine dining? Nice. Okay, talented. Cool. Yeah, like some of my favorite like recipes for things that I rarely cook, I actually got from working in that restaurant. Like the way I do mashed potatoes, whoo, it's so good. It's not healthy because it requires butter and heavy cream, but it's so good. Yeah, butter, heavy cream, and green onions. I forget the other name. Are those? They're not shallots. There's something. I forget the name. Damn, what is the other name for green onion? Chives are like the mini version. Spring onion. Yeah, no, there's like another name too, though. So green onion, spring onion. There's like another one too, though. Scallion. Scallion's it. Yes, scallions. There you go. We got there. Yeah, that's why my brain always like autofills shallots, right? Because it's like a similar name. It starts with an S and it has the L's. It's not that similar, but yeah. Yeah, this is a foodie stream in disguise. All right, so yeah, let's move this back over. All right, there we go. I think we're good with the way we set up the state with the is not found stuff. But now, hmm. Oh, there's one bit of state I'm missing. Oh, wrong place for that. There we go. Oh, get some Valentine's dinner place at somewhere fancy. Hell yeah, enjoy. Yeah, that's why I'm doing the Coca-Cola today. I don't have anyone to do a Valentine's Day thing with at the moment, so I'm doing it with myself. Okay, that sounded dirtier than I meant. Never dined at a Michelin star restaurant. Yeah, I don't know if I have either. The Cascade Dining Room at Timberline is a very fancy restaurant, though. That's the nicest restaurant I've ever eaten food from. I got it for free because I was working there. Yeah. But that's not Michelin star though, right? Michelin star only goes to 3, so that's more like the like being part of a hotel star system. Oh, Google reviews. Yeah, yeah. I think that's a little trickier. It is pretty damn fancy, but if you're getting the breakfast there, they have a breakfast buffet, which isn't that meh. Like, I would bet most of the worst reviews are probably because of the breakfast buffet, which isn't that amazing. Meanwhile, like, dude, yeah, is that the bison? Like, it's pretty good. But yeah, the breakfast buffet is probably the worst part. Stillwell's in Dallas. Well, that sounds good. Yeah, I think review wise, Cascade Dining Room has a problem that, like, you end up getting a lot of, like, broke people that expect a lot more for the price. But if you're staying at the lodge, there's basically only a couple places to eat anyway. So I don't know. God, why don't they show the food? Here we go. Oh yeah, dude. The lamb shank could be better. That's probably from the lunch menu, right? So yeah, breakfast and lunch menu is kind of shit, in my opinion. I bet that's where most of the bad reviews come from. But there's no dress code. You're gonna be eating with you know, a lot of random people. When I worked there, we had like some really famous people come through, like Richard Gere, and that's like the biggest name I remember. But yeah, like if you're going like hiking, you might eat there. So yeah, like, do we think these people are big food connoisseurs? Don't judge a book by its cover, sure, but you know, you kind of can sometimes. I just wanted a burger and fries at dinner time. Ugh, 0 stars. Because, yeah, you will not get a burger and fries at dinner at the Cascade Dining Room. Okay, so VS Code, what the fuck, dude? I just updated you a half hour ago. See that little, like, 1 in the bottom right corner of VS Code there? They want another update. VS Code's never satisfied. Smoked your first joint and drank your first beer in the lower lot at Timberline? Okay. When you say lower lot, do you mean the one by the lift maintenance shack, or do you mean like the main lot? Right? The one that's lower than like the hotel lot. There's like a middle lot, the upper lot, and then there's technically even like parking down by like or like cat maintenance and all that. One by the maintenance lot. Gotcha. Yeah. Yeah, it's a good place, man. I spent 10 years, 10 summers at Mount Hood. Sometimes like most of the spring as well. Great time. Wouldn't trade it for anything in the world. In fact, I lived in that parking lot for a couple summers when I lived in a van. As long as you know the parking lot crew and they recognize your vehicle, you're okay. But people who bring like big RVs and stuff, sometimes they get shuffled along pretty quick. Best time of the year to go to Timberline? November, December? No. November is probably one of the worst times. Like, if you're trying to snowboard. If you enjoy seeing, like, you know, snow-capped mountains, but, like, the terrain not being that rideable, November's all right. December, they might start, like, getting filled in, snow-wise. I don't know. I don't know much about, like, the snow other than, like, I've stayed until, like, mid-November before. And that's when they're starting to get snow again. And the lifts are open back up, but it's, like, really, like, it's pretty sparse. And the big problem with Timberline, when it is sparse, is that they have, like, those volcanic rocks that kind of just lurk right under the surface. And they can really mess up your gear. I'd actually say the best time to go to Timberline in general is springtime. But you got to hit it on the right days because they can get into that like fog layer where the entire mountain's just in fog. But then if you catch the right days, you're above that fog and you're in just pure sunshine while the rest of like Oregon is in like just gloomy northwest weather. And you look out and it's just that sea of clouds that you're above. And you see like Mount Jefferson to the south just poking up like an island. Yeah, it's really nice. And on a really, really clear day, you can see Jefferson, Three Sisters, like behind it a ways. And then I think there's like a third one, like Mount Adams, that you can see just past that. Because they're all like in a line because of like the, you know, the Pacific Rim, like volcanic BS. Mount Hood is very beginner friendly. If you go at the right time of year, I would say springtime, totally fine. Yeah. Like, yeah, springtime, pretty good. Wintertime, also pretty good, but like they also, if you're trying to find good like tree runs and backcountry in any way, Timberline ain't it. That's where Meadows is just a better spot for like real like powder type riding. Yeah, Timberline is very flat. Exactly. Whereas Meadows, which you can see like one of the lifts from Timberline just across Salmon River Canyon, you can see the top of Cascade Express or whatever from Mount Hood Meadows. That is a much better resort, but also really hard to get parking on a weekend. So yeah, I would say because of that, most people go to Meadows. timberline ends up being less crowded, less steep terrain. So really actually like better for beginners in my opinion anyway. Ooh, talented. Yes. Tree wells kill more people per year than avalanches. That's a fact. Tree wells are no joke. Yep. It's terrifying. It's super terrifying. Especially because when you fall into a tree well, you're like upside down, right? If you're strapped into a snowboard, you're stuck in it, right? Because you got to actually like get up and be able to grab your bindings to undo them. I'd say to a snowboarder, they're more dangerous than to a skier. Because with a skier, you could maybe get your ski pole to like get your binding undone. Right? And then you're in a much better place to like swim your way out. But because you typically fall in upside down, right? The like staying upside down for too long will kill you pretty damn quick. Right? The amount of like blood pooling in places it doesn't normally pool really messes with you. Like that dude that died in that one like cavern that you've seen like the meme of where he's like upside down inside this like mini cave thing. He got stuck and his heart gave out on him because your body's not meant to be upside down for that long. We're not bats. Exactly, talented. Yeah. You guys just had a casualty from a tree well 2 weeks ago at your local. Yep. Yeah, I believe it. They are no joke. There are people that die inbound at ski resorts because of tree wells. At Stevens Pass, one of the ones is like, there's a couple places where it'll fill in the snow just enough to where you can't see the trees. You go to sit down and then fall back into one. It's really gnarly. Paid 10 instructors to keep an eye out? Oh, that's super cool. Inbounds missed their train back. Oh, I read about that one. Yes, I totally read about that one. Yep. Yeah, another tricky part is like when you fall into a tree well, it's usually unexpected. You might have some speed. You might like hit your head and go unconscious, and then you're really fucked. Yeah, dude, tree wells. No joke. No joke. Avalanches make the news. Tree wells just kill people. They should have an emergency button at the bottom of the trees. Totally. Except, so here's the thing, talented. You might have fallen into a tree well where, like, the branches weren't actually submerged. The thing that actually kills people is when you fall into a tree well where the tree well is mostly submerged. Okay, yeah, barely fell in. But the idea is just think about all these branches that are kind of like holding up snow. They're not like densely packed snow. So when you fall into that tree well, your board gets caught on branches with you upside down. So you're not at the base of the tree. You're like somewhere in the middle of it. But like as you fall in, all this snow falls in around you as you fall through it. And it's just this like cavity in the snow. It's almost like quicksand-ish. So yeah, it's not necessarily the tree well that's around like the base of a tree. It's the tree wells that are halfway to the top of a tree. Those are the most dangerous. But yeah. Ah, man. I could talk about snowboarding all day, but let's do some more code. I really, really could talk about snowboarding all day. Okay, so here's the thing. We got the not found wrapping the content there. What I actually want to do is this. Burton sponsored. Were they like pro sponsored or like even Am sponsored gets a paycheck? I only ever got to flow, which means I got free gear and I had to help out at like events. There was definitely a point where someone asked, "Hey man, like, is that what you want to get to? Like, do you want to like get paid to snowboard?" And I don't know. I hesitated. Yeah, but when you get to that level, there does come a point where someone's gonna say like, "No, you gotta hit that. Like, that's your job." And I'm very like, you know what? I'm not feeling it today, kind of person. I don't feel like chucking today. I don't feel like doing this really sketchy thing for a photo shoot. Yep, exactly. 100%. Yeah, it gets really gnarly that way. Mm-hmm. Oh, yeah. Yeah, it's actually pretty predatory. But I don't know. It's pretty fun. It's a really nice feeling. Like, for me, one of my favorite moments ever from my career was I was riding a Rage snowboard, which is a very, very cheaply produced snowboard they used to sell at Targets. I was riding one of those because, fuck it, it's just a snowboard. It flexed. I'm good to go. I was riding that in a rail jam. I actually helped build that rail jam because I went out with the CAD operator at night to build it and set things up. And I got to test it the night before, so it was a little cheating. But I'm riding that. I got third place in a rail jam. But I don't know if I believe him. The person that walked up to me and said, "Hey man, we got to talk," basically later said they would have given me first place, except that they were planning on giving me a board anyway. First place got a snowboard, second place got bindings, third place got a backpack. I got a free backpack, and that was cool. But I also ended up getting free gear just riding for the rep, and that was awesome. And them walking up to me after the rail jam saying, "Hey man, we need to talk." That's possibly the best feeling I've ever had. Because it was validation of what I'd been trying to do for years. Like, I graduated high school, knew I wasn't going to get into university, went to Mount Hood for the summer for the first time as a total gaper, right? I didn't ride park when I first went to Mount Hood. And then 5 years later, someone saying, "Hey man, we need to talk." Yeah. That kind of validation, you can't buy that kind of validation. Let me get more music going, though. Okay, so let's look at the app. Right, so this totally fails because we don't have it. That's the wrong page, though. If we go to accounts and we turn off sandbox mode, we don't actually refetch those accounts yet, so we should. But here, if we go to account details, methinks we got a bug. Just a hunch. Okay, no. That's that there. That's it. We wanted that there. And I got this backwards. Okay, so is not found and is not found. Is not found goes there. There we go. Okay, and then I toggle that. Account not found. Awesome. Okay. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. All right, so yeah, we're injecting the word account. We've got it centered. I don't think I like that centering. So we go back to the not found component. And yeah, the big thing is we're doing this like justify center. It's actually items center. Wrong one. Wait, what the fuck? Oh, text center. How dare you? I don't think we need that wrapper. Oh. All right, so then, yeah, this is the part where we want to fill in some of the blanks. How was I sipping water? Ugh. We'll just hack out the text that we want to put there, and then we'll see like how we could parameterize it. So this will just be description. So if we are in sandbox mode, no, it's not like if it's possible. So try toggling sandbox mode using the switch in the header. All right, so looking at this, the resource you are looking for, and instead of resource, okay, yeah, so let's do this. This is going to be that, and we don't need that. That is something we're looking at doing for MVP. For accounts, I don't think that's something you could do. But for quotas and balances, that might be ideal. Right? Yeah, my goal is when you go to create a new one, on this page, we would have something like, you're in sandbox mode, would you like to copy a production one? Right? And then you would select from here. When you select it, it would fill out these values for you. Yeah, that's a little tougher. I'm not sure about how to solve the local dev like impersonation style problem. But as far as, you know, being able to ease like, well, I created all this stuff in Sandbox, right? The quotas and balances for Sandbox. I might want to recreate a production one from the one I've been like fiddling with in dev, right? So then having some like, you can create a quota from some of your sandbox ones and vice versa. We should probably be able to do that from production too. And at least it would fill out all this BS for you, kind of thing. For accounts, that's trickier because accounts need to be created programmatically from like the API. We don't have a way of creating an account in this UI. Not yet, at least. But yeah, that's planned. I feel like that's post MVP. Because going through and just recreating a quota or a balance is not that big of a deal. That's what I'm saying. Like, why not make an action for it? Making the action for it is more effort than just filling out 4 fields, right? Because it's something you're not going to do that often. What I'm saying is the user action of creating this quota is a name, this thing, and then some of this BS. It's really not that complicated to make a user go through that process themselves. To build out the functionality to copy an existing one is far more effort, and I think post MVP. I get it. Maybe you want to propose that as a thing. Like, I bet they got a feedback form. But for my MVP, like, would I prevent launching to production based upon having that functionality or not? Hell no. And if you think the answer to that is yes, I would question your ability to launch an MVP. A lot of people work corporate jobs where something has to be perfect before they go to production. Well, then you should understand why it's not part of the MVP. MVP is the minimum viable product I can go to production with. We're not in production right now, so I have to prioritize things that are essential to go to production versus things that can come after. Right? Which is why I'm still questioning your ability to launch an MVP. There you go, exactly. No, dark mode is going to be limited to the enterprise tier. Right? You want dark mode? Contact us. No, this is whiskey and Coca-Cola. Yeah, that'll be an extra $5 a month. Come on, pay up. An affiliate software? No, I don't drink coffee. I do tea at this point. I used to do like Red Bull, or back before Pepsi messed up the recipe, I would drink Rockstar. Yeah, exactly. Do we need dark mode? Or can we get by on just the pro tier? But no, I don't drink coffee. I will occasionally drink it for medicinal reasons that are too gross to talk about. Yep. Yeah. At any point, if you like the song I'm playing, yeah, you can totally just get it with the song command. So whether it's on Bandcamp or YouTube or wherever, you should be able to get it. XP visual? Do you mean like the counter? Oh, I'm doing this backwards. And I need to then reverse this for the you are currently in blank mode. And hey, what's up, Mai? It hasn't been that long. Where am I from? I live in Washington State, near Seattle. The dark mode tax, I think, is justified. And yeah, 1 second. Mai? You already asked that. Take it easy. I don't know why I picked John Bon Jovi. It's like a nice quick one, and it sounds kind of funny. I don't know. I know, I get it, Mai. It's fine. Yeah, like as a fake user, I used to use David Copperfield for some reason. I don't know why. I'm not even a big fan of either one. But yeah, John Bon Jovi is just a good short name to type. I don't have a reason other than that. 1 second. One second, sorry. Yeah, it's just a fun name to type, and it's good and short, like John Bon Jovi. Like all those letters are just quick. I could have done ASDF, ASDF. That would have worked too. I don't know. Whatever. See, instead, GJ, I hear wanted like instantly. Wanted. That's it. Just that one word. I don't even complete the rest of it because I'm not a big fan. But I do hear wanted. Nice work. What now? I need to do this for every other page that this could happen on. But it does mean that, yeah, eventually we could add some more styling to it or something. But we have 11 pages this needs to be on, and we need to wire up that state for it. Okay, hold on. Hold on 1 second. All right, yeah, someone's booking out some time so we can just chat about like their podcast and like setting things up and like all that junk. Or I don't even know what it is, like specifically. What do you mean, nerd swipe me? What do you mean by that? Try toggling sandbox mode. Yeah. What I think I would say is instead of sandbox mode, this would actually be on off. Oh. No, it's not a paid service. Like I don't know. Do you have any specific questions or anything? You could ask here, even, you know? I'm not sure what they're actually trying to gain, but it is a nice, like, thing. Oh, you're right. Hold on. So that needs to be flipped. That was a good catch. Yes, good call. That was a copy paste. But I think the on off thing was actually a good move too. Yeah, good catch. I mean, what kind of storage medium are you looking at? Is this like structured content? You want it in SQL, or is it like a NoSQL kind of thing? There's accurate. Where do we want to save it to? Maybe it's just a key value store. I don't know. Well, that's why you've got a problem. All right. Okay, I like it. That worked. So now we just need to do that for everything else. Oh, that is a very relevant comment. Nicely done. Uh, you could even say you're doing it with bcrypt, and you'd still have a problem. Oh, 10 bits. Now I'm on the hook. Now I'm contractually obligated, right? Oh, no. Yeah, Zachrip, bare minimum, you should probably switch to Argon too. That'll save your marriage. Right? The problem with your marriage is that data's getting truncated, right? That's a bcrypt issue. If anyone doesn't get the joke, Okta had a major issue with that recently. They were taking your username or something like that, and your password, and maybe like one other value, I forget what, and hashing that into like a key that you could use to look up your session. So you could like grab your session using that key. The problem, it was the ID. So the username, the ID, and the password. But it turns out if you had a really long username and the ID was something long like a UUID or something, you would be left with only so much data you could squeeze into your bcrypt store, because I believe it caps out at what, 72 bytes? So if you're chewing up 70 bytes with your username and ID, then you only have 2 bytes left that an attacker needs to guess to get a valid user session, right? Because they're caching. And the big problem is the bcrypt library they were using didn't have a check for going beyond the bounds of the input to bcrypt. Whereas if they had just thrown an error, boom, problem solved. The fix, beyond just throwing an error, would have been to use an algorithm that allows for an arbitrarily sized input, meaning more than 72 bytes. And yeah, the article we were looking at went and analyzed a bunch of the bcrypt implementations. Java did it right. Go did it right. JavaScript, I think Python or PHP, and a couple others did it wrong. I think Rust's bcrypt also did it wrong, but I'd have to double check that. But interesting article, at least. Yes, exactly. If your password length is capped to 72 bytes, then you're good. The problem they were running into is that they were doing password and all this other BS. And that's a problem. So the value they were trying to hash would easily get beyond 72 characters. Whereas, most people are not going to do a password that's longer than 72 characters. So for only password hashing, you're probably fine. It's not a big deal, depending on the length of your salt. $64 feels adequate to you as long as your salt isn't more than 8 characters. Even with the passkey, the thing that you're storing in your database is probably still a hashed value, right? So it still depends on the length of the value that the passkey passes you. Probably rarely going beyond 64 or 72 bytes. But you could run into the same problem where if you're trying to use that value from the passkey, and then you're throwing that with a user ID or some other thing, then you've still got a problem. Because passkey doesn't prevent the thing that Okta got hit with. Because Okta was doing like a session sharing implementation, not just a login implementation. So even with passkeys, Okta could have had the same problem. Even then, yeah, that public part. Yeah, it wouldn't have helped Okta in the exact case they had. All right, so it does take some time to fetch. In production, that should be quicker. Locally here, we're running a Dynamo clone locally, and that's a bit slow. But I like how this is going. I like the way that message looks. We could probably add something to make it prettier. I could even add like 404 account not found. And maybe even add like an icon or something. I don't know. That's a bit of bike shedding. We can always make this part prettier. But now we need to make this work for all of the 10 other pages that would have this same issue. So if we go to accounts here, I actually don't know if I did this part yet. We have not wired that up to do a refetch, so we should at least do that on the accounts page. And yeah, I'm not worried about the 404 part, but we do need to trigger a refetch. Oh, it's our table wrapper. Yeah, so the table wrapper probably needs to be sandbox aware. No, I'm not using Prisma. So that's my main stack. Because I'm using DynamoDB, Prisma isn't even a good fit. I will eventually want to refactor to something like React Query, or TANStack query, as it's known now, just for the caching and some of that value. We're good for now. But that would be my eventual goal, just to get some of that caching to reduce overhead on the API. I find that interesting that our table wrapper isn't yelling at me right now. Oh. Yeah, someone gave a good talk at Seattle JS on Wednesday about JS fuck, which, you know, some of y'all might not be aware of. It's just funny to me that you can write any JavaScript you want with enough of these 6 characters. Those 6 characters are square brackets, parentheses, exclamation point, and the plus symbol. Yeah, those 6 characters can get you any JavaScript you want. So alert1 is encoded into this giant string. So it's not performant. It might gzip really well, actually. But yes, if you're actually curious about why that works that way, you can see a full list of the implementation spec for it, right? So simple stuff. You want to get the value false, right? As a string, you can use just that, right? Because of how these things get coerced. True is just that. Undefined is just that. Nan is just that. And infinity is just all this. I would assume so. I'm not sure. I think it's just, yeah, JSfuck dot whatever, right? So that was the implementation we were just seeing. So yeah, the basics is, you know, if you want to get that string for the word array, it's basically that. And then you turn that into a string. And then if you look at all of this, you're probably getting a majority of the alphabet, right? There are certain letters that you might not get. Like I don't see a Z, I don't see an X, but I bet there's ways you can do that. And you can get the word constructor and filter from pretty much all of this, which is crazy. So one of the craziest things to recognize is that if you were publishing to eBay, they gave you a minimal set of JavaScript that you could write to do things on your page, right? In your listing. But they did some kind of like sandboxing to scrub your JavaScript of things that would maybe break the experience or exfiltrate user data or things like that. It turns out they weren't able to scrub for JSfuck though. So you'd be able to embed JSfuck code into an eBay listing and possibly grab that user's token. They were vulnerable to that for like 10 years. They have since patched it. I think they patched it around maybe, I want to say 2016, 2015 maybe. But eBay is old, like really old. I remember people in high school talking about how they're selling stuff on eBay, you know? So yeah, someone wasn't specifically talking about JS fuck. And I think technically they were, but they avoided it just because they didn't want to swear in front of a crowd, maybe. But we're all adults, and I think they would have been okay. But very interesting to me that someone gave a talk basically about all of this stuff. It's really, really cool. And I believe JS fuck gets some of its like naming from a thing called brain fuck, which is a similarly esoteric language. Right? Nope. I am not working with anybody on anything. Is that just some other streamer? Like, what are they building? Are they ripping off my idea? They're trying to be a Stripe rapper. I'm not trying to be a Stripe rapper whatsoever. Do they have a link to their product or anything? I mean, that's my guess. I think they're trying to be a Stripe rapper. I don't know for sure. Is what they're building live? Do they got a link or anything? Yeah, it doesn't look like it's on their public GitHub. Yeah, I don't know, Java Grunt. I'd be curious. Do they have like a marketing site or anything? And yeah, like I'm curious about how they're using Stripe. Maybe they're just setting up for like subscriptions to their product, which I'll have to do eventually. I'd say that's post MVP though. MVP is like allowing people to get in and mess with the free tier. I don't know. I just now was made aware of their stream. I'm not sure what they're making. And they don't really have it in their description or anything, huh? I don't know. I'll give them a follow. Why not? If you know more about it, or if you figure out more about it, let me know. All right, so we bring in is sandbox. We're not using it yet. Does not exist on the type. Oh. Yeah, no. So this is where we want to put it. All right, so now on this page, that should have triggered a refetch. No, we're not passing the value. No accounts found. Perfect. All right, I see them using NextAuth. Damn, they got a good crew watching their stream, too. Are they bringing in an audience from YouTube? And hey, Leon's going right now. Nice. Hold on. I'm going to shout out Leon because he's just the best. If you guys are looking to get into dev in some way, I recommend checking out Learn with Leon. He does this thing called 100 Devs, and yeah, he's back. Yep. I would appreciate it if you keep lurking here, but I get it. I understand. It's Leon. And he's doing an AppWrite sponsored class, which is also really cool. Wow. Interesting. So no, Marsuvus Vex is not bringing his audience from where I thought he was. Yeah, sounds about right. Some people would say my music's annoying. You know, it happens. Yeah, the crazy part is it seems like he just started streaming or making content for YouTube recently. So yeah, Twitch, YouTube, but he's got 65 people watching him. He's killing it. That's super cool. I wonder where he's like bringing his audience from. Yeah, more power to him. So, Tommy, you think you might have solved your issue with your FTP server, but you could be wrong. Also, you started some free coding courses via Free Code Camp this week. Almost done with your first section of training. Hell yeah, dude. And 1 second, let me use the restroom. I'll be right back. Kennedon, I gotta pee. Okay. Yeah, I know. I saw the ad. I went to the restroom. Yeah, I don't know what I was saying to that. Just congrats. Good learning. But Kennedon, for the account ID hash, I'm using nano ID. Keep in mind that it's not monotonic, meaning that you can't sort it based upon when those things were created. So if you need that, you might want to use UUID v7 instead. And I might be using the term monotonic wrong. I don't know. It's a word I only really know from context. Monotonic, though, that's actually not a bad band name. All right, so for the is sandbox on these like table wrapper pages, I think we're good. Yeah, we should just start going down the list. Account details. We also have that one done. Let's just double check it one more time. We should probably get some like individual loading states for the quotas and things like that, but I'd say we're fine for now. So then balance accounts. Oh, and someone posted a cool comment to YouTube. Interesting. So hold on. Looking at that Marsuvis Vex's YouTube, it seems to me like the thing he's working on with the Stripe stuff isn't even something he's posted about before. And it looks like he publishes his VODs as like actual videos rather than just like streaming live to YouTube at the same time. I'm curious why he does that. What's up, Neba? How you doing? Yeah, been a little bit. What you up to? Oof. All right, so hold on. We do the fetch on this page. And we get an undefined there. So hold on. Balance details has a flaw. So we're not passing the header for this one. Interesting. We'll handle the 404 anyway. But something is up here. I am not using Next.js. So this is a dashboard application where I don't care about server-side rendering. So Next.js is actually a really bad fit for that. I know Next.js theoretically can do fully static sites. It's just not good at it. It's not a great experience. And it's not an experience they're trying to optimize for in any way. With the Pages router, it was a better experience. With the app router, it fucking sucks. Oh, someone sent me a work message. Oh. Yeah, I need to set up a donut chat with some coworkers. I'm slacking on that one. So I get that, Mr. Elfman. Even with a static, like dashboard style application, not static, but more like fully dynamic dashboard, you're still gonna have to wait for data to load. That's not a problem. You can definitely use something like Tanstack query or Next query or just your own caching system to make that a better experience. But yeah, for a dashboard style application, I think Next.js is a bad fit. For a fully static content site, I think Next.js is a bad fit. I personally think Next.js is perfect for e-commerce. Right? Or things where you have so many pages that maybe change dynamically and new ones are created. Like think Craigslist. Craigslist could be a decent Next.js app, in my opinion. But I think it's really bad at anything besides those edge cases. But Vercel has a vested interest in convincing us that it's good for every case. And it just isn't. It just really, really isn't. It is so much more cost effective to ship static assets to the CDN and call it a day for the vast majority of applications and websites in the world. Mr. Elfman, only if you are really aggressive about how you do your caching. You're going to need full page cache set up in a really proper way. And hey, what's up, Leon? Welcome back. Hey, we just shouted you out too. I did it with like my shout out, not like the official shout out, because I didn't want to affect the raid, but you raided anyway, so awesome. And I'm not on a phone call right now. Oh, someone else did the official shout out. Yeah, small world, right, Mai? That was really funny. I mean, y'all were a good sport letting me like finish my call and all that stuff. And hey, Tessa! Hey, Tessa, I still think you have won. You totally won the naming game here on Twitch. That is quite possibly the best Twitch name I can think of. That is the best Twitch name. Surely not. Low-hanging fruit. That's just too good. Well played. Well played. Well played. That's the joke there, Terrible SWE. That's the joke. It's meant to be meaning the thing that it doesn't necessarily spell out. And yeah, real quick, everyone asking, this is, I've decided to give Pendleton a try because it was super cheap at Costco, and also, you know, support Canada when you can. So yeah, Pendleton and then Coca-Cola, because it's a holiday. Why not? 4-day weekend, 3-day weekend, I guess. You got a raid and run? Absolutely, man. Yeah, thank you for the raid. We'll see you again soon. Leon, I recommend 100 devs to every single person asking, like, how do I learn? Pendleton is a blended whiskey. I tend to drink bourbon, but blended whiskey, figured I'd give it a shot, and it was cheap. But yeah. Dude, Leon, you know, you're the best. For everyone else out there, you all know Leon's a rock star, but I've seen it firsthand. I was at Render ATL with Leon. We were walking. Every 10 feet, he gets people stopping him, being like, oh my God, I owe my entire career to you. Like, Leon's a rock star. Super cool. It's really cool to see in person. Yeah, he's a massive celebrity. And he's actually done, like, really, really good things for people. Not just, like, celebrity for celebrity's sake. So I really like that. If you know, you know. Exactly. So what was Leon getting into? I saw in his title he was doing some AppWrite stuff, which is awesome. I assume that's a big reason why Tessa was there in general. Was it like a main overview of AppWrite? Or did he go into like building something with it? Like any of that stuff? AppWrite CRUD app through Vite. Oh, fun. And then, hold on. I just saw a question that I thought was good. One second. What bourbons would I recommend for beginners? You've only had Jim Beam before and it wasn't a good experience. Jim Beam is a good cheap whiskey. Like bourbon. It's all right. I can't drink it anymore because I overdid it when I was a snowboard bum. My favorite bourbon when I'm like out at a bar is the Four Roses Yellow Label. Like I've been to some bars where it's like the well whiskey. That's how you know you're at a really good bar. But even then, Four Roses Yellow Label is a really decent cheap one. And it's like, it's good enough to like sip straight. It's good enough to mix with, and it's like cheap enough to mix with. So I would say, yeah, Four Roses, just like the normal Yellow Label, not like the single barrel or the small batch. And Four Roses, I think, is still its own brand, which is nice. So the fact that they're still like independent is really cool to support as well. Buffalo Trace is not bad. Oh, and hold on one second, Tessa. I'm sorry. There you go. No. Feel free to like repaste your link. If it was just for me, like I'd check it out, but I think it's better to like post it for everyone. So feel free to like repost it. You're good to go. $50 in free AppWrite credits. Yeah. Share that link again, please. Hell yeah. And good pin. Thanks, Ryan. 13 is way too young for a whiskey. It isn't. Like 13 would be young for a scotch. For bourbon, it's actually fine. I'd say like 8 years is actually totally fine. I've seen some that are 5 and they're totally fine. But yes, for a scotch, you probably want it to like age and get that like peated flavor a lot more, right? Oh, 13 is your age at the time, not the age of the whiskey. Oh, no. No, Sloop is correct. Yeah, Sloop, you heard it right. I was thinking the age of the whiskey. Yeah, my bad. I was like, 13 is a pretty good like age for a bourbon. Are you kidding me? That's pretty solid. But no. Yeah, the age at which you drank it is totally different. 13 is an old whiskey, but a young human. Very, very good point. Yep. Yeah, no worries there. Chilestra? That's a cool name. I like it. Yeah, welcome. We got so many follows just now. Let me shout them out. Before I do that, though, let me at least explain what we're doing here today. Just to, like, explain it. So I'm building out this software as a service that I think other software as a service could use. The idea being that you have the idea of quotas and balances in pretty much any software as a service. So for Vercel, there's the amount of like requests that you can make to their back end before they want to charge you money for it. There's the amount of bandwidth they want to transfer over the wire before they charge you money for it. That is a quota system. A balance might be DigitalOcean, where you pay them $20 and then whatever you spin up and then kill is deducted from that balance over time. I want to be able to solve those kind of problems for people building their own software as a service so that they don't have to build those systems themselves. The part we're on right now is the idea of setting up a sandbox mode. And this page has a bug. If we go to my overview page, right, here in production mode, yeah, we got like some quotas and accounts and blah, blah, blah. But in sandbox mode, we don't have any of that stuff because they are separate, at least in a way, so that you can like test in sandbox mode and not mix that data with your production users. So you can have better reporting later. Very similar to how Stripe does it. So yeah, sandbox mode is for devs to understand the API and test against and use in their like staging environments. But for them to go to production, they should be using not sandbox mode. We built out the API version of sandbox mode yesterday and a little bit on Tuesday. And today we are working on like, you know, we did this part where like it's going to refetch for the overview page. Today we started building out the fetching of accounts, which is fundamentally tied to whether you're in staging or production, right? You're going to have a different set of accounts for those. In production mode, we have some fixture data that we've scaffolded. The main idea just being that they are totally separate data sets, and we need to make sure we refetch them even if you're like toggling the sandbox filter on all the nested pages within it. So if we go to account details here, and this is another thing we were building in sandbox mode. I mean, this page is kind of empty right now, but in sandbox mode, that's a 404 because that account just doesn't exist in the sandbox. So we need to do that type of like toggleability on every page. And what you ended up seeing is that we had a bug over here for balances. So we are currently building that out and chatting and ranting and enjoying a good old Friday. Let me double check and see if there's other messages I might have missed. And happy Love Day. Yeah, you know. Me and this whiskey, we're getting really well acquainted. Basil Hayden is a solid bourbon, for sure. Basil Hayden is a solid bourbon. It tends to be really expensive at the bar though. Whereas like Four Roses is typically like pretty cheap. No ice. Yeah, I mean, I've got a mini fridge next to me, and this is still fairly cold from sitting in there. But also, like, man, getting up and grabbing ice cubes, ain't nobody got time for that. And it's winter, so I don't even think I have my ice machine on right now. Because it makes a bunch of noise when it makes the ice cubes. And my bed is in my living room, which shares a space with the kitchen. The bedroom is my stream room. You know. I have those molds, right? But then I gotta like keep pouring stuff into those molds. And ugh, gross. That's a lot of effort, isn't it? Yeah, come on. Yeah, I've had the ice machine wake me up at night, and that's just a nightmare. I hate it. Because I'm kind of a light sleeper. What components am I using? Do I have a link for Mantine? We do. So yeah, I'm using Mantine as like the main component library. The toggle and the drop downs and a bunch of that stuff comes from that. And then a few other things I've had to build out myself, but not a lot. And then over on YouTube, someone has a question. Am I handling user authentication myself or offloading to OAuth Azure Active Directory? So I'm doing my own auth mainly, but I do support OAuth. Technically, the OAuth I support right now is just GitHub. I plan on adding Google and maybe a couple others. But I also am doing my own Magic Link authentication, which you can do with AppWrite. AppWrite's really good at the Magic Link thing. I built it out myself just because I'm doing a Lambda-based hosting. So here's my stack for people that are curious. For YouTube, I'll read it out loud. The Docs marketing site is built with Astro and MarkDoc, which is a fancier version of... Like, MarkDoc is a fancier version of... oh, God, what's it called? There's like how you can embed React components directly in Markdown. What is that? I forget the name of it now. I prefer MarkDoc because you don't need to be a developer. You don't need to understand React syntax. What is the name of that? Anyone remember? MDX. There you go. Thank you, Zombie. So yeah, I prefer MarkDoc over MDX, personally. They're about the same, though. And then the dashboard is built as a React SPA using Vite and Mantine. The backend is using AWS Lambda and my own wrapper around a thing called Architect, which means DynamoDB is my database. So because of how I'm doing my backend, and I want like infinite scalability, but I also want like scale to 0, AWS Lambda and Architect are a really good fit. If I were to do it from scratch again, I might build on top of SST instead of Architect. But tomato, tomato, not a big deal. AWS Lambda and Dynamo are the main things I was looking for. So if you're not familiar with Dynamo, Dynamo is the thing that basically created the entire wave of NoSQL that we see today. So there's the DynamoDB white paper that Amazon put out ages ago, 2007. And reading through this, you can understand why they decided to build it. This was basically the inspiration for a bunch of NoSQL databases, I believe Mongo and some other things. Similarly, at the time, I believe Cassandra and a couple other things were like also being developed for this kind of use case over like the structured equivalent of SQL, etc. So yeah, Dynamo and I believe Cassandra paved the way for all of these NoSQL databases that we use and love today, like Redis, like Mongo, like all that. The main thing is Amazon needed to have lightning fast, scalable queries without being tied to normalization, which a lot of like SQL systems treat very strongly. And that normalization means that you're not duplicating data between tables. With Dynamo, Yeah, you might duplicate some data, and that's fine, because they have a very special way they handle like partitioning and scaling that data. At the end of the day, the main thing I'm looking for is scalability and low cost, and not having to host my own infrastructure. For this, I can let Amazon handle that scaling for me because of how the data gets partitioned and all that. So I don't want to operate a SQL database and rely on trying to horizontally scale a SQL database. That is a lot more work than you might think it is. You end up dealing with read replicas and having like one write instance, and it gets really complex, and you're going to have to start looking into stuff like Kubernetes and blah, 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 if you want to really scale a SQL database system. And I didn't want to do that. Yeah, or let someone that Bezos is paying deal with it. Let me get some more music going. We're going to try a new album real quick. I haven't heard this one. We'll see. So yeah, the main gist of this is the product I'm building needed heavy scalability, but also scale to zero. So I didn't want to get hooked with something like Clerk or any of that other BS. Right? I didn't want to have to pay Clerk for multi-factor auth. So I built my own multi-factor auth. Like if I go log out, I can send myself a magic link, or I could use GitHub, but we're using like a dummy account at the moment. So I do John Bon Jovi at Gorilla. It sends me a magic link, which would theoretically go to my email, but I can just copy and paste it here. Right? You would go to your email, you would get a link, you'd click that link, it would send you to this page, and then you'd have to do some multi-factor auth, which I now need to go do. And I built out this system myself. It's actually not that hard, but I wouldn't recommend it to juniors, right? Just use some service. And once you've done it enough times, then yeah, it's actually not so bad. So now we're getting logged in, we're fetching that data, we're in sandbox mode by default. And, you know, bam, we're logged in. Ooh, saxophone music. Ooh. Yeah, Mr. Friend. So I've done enough OAuth in my time that I'm not worried about it. My career has mainly been front-end dev, but I've done enough back-end dev here on stream, in my own side projects, and even like on the job helping out the back-end devs that didn't know that stuff. So yeah, I've done OAuth so many times that it's like second nature. I can hammer out a new OAuth provider if I already have like the redirects and some of that stuff. I can hammer out a new OAuth provider in like an hour or two. Like no problem. Like max. So yeah, you saw that we have GitHub, and that's fully wired up and working. To add Google or some of those other things would probably take like an hour, but I just don't think they're MVP at the moment. Feel like you're about to have dental surgery. That is definitely a Wayne's World reference. For sure. Have I ever worked with Django? No, I've never built an API with Python. I've done Python, but never for like a REST API. Yeah, Ken Slayer. That was a Kenny G Wayne's World reference. I get it. Django's fine. Like the biggest thing, Tyler, over on YouTube that you're asking, your REST API is typically just glue. The speed of your glue language doesn't matter. And when I say it's glue, all you're doing is doing a fetch from a database and maybe doing some light formatting for that data and spitting it out to the user. You're just gluing together some third-party thing with the person requesting it. If you're doing like, other third-party APIs, not even your own database, but some third-party service that you're fetching data from, like Clerk or whatever. Again, the speed of your glue language doesn't matter. So you could use any language you want for your backend for a REST API, and you're probably good. Mr. Friend, I don't know about that one. All right, so you preempted me being humble about it. Shit. Damn it, get out of my head. No, I've just done different things than Thor, right? Like, Thor probably couldn't build a REST API to save his life. And that's fine, because it's not a set of skills that he's needed for what he does. That's not a big deal. You can't know everything. And to save his life, no, he could probably do it to save his life. But that's a different thing. I would assume it's not something he's done in general. And that doesn't mean that he's not good at what he does do. It just means one of those things that he hasn't done yet, because you can't master everything. I think that's one of the biggest things, especially for everyone coming from Leon's stream. You might feel that major like imposter syndrome. Like, oh my God, everyone's so much smarter than me. They might know specific things. That's fine. Nobody knows everything. And everybody, every single person should have imposter syndrome. I don't trust someone who doesn't have imposter syndrome. Let me put it that way. Because nobody can know everything. Someone who thinks they do, they're the worst. They're like the worst to work with. They're the worst to talk to. They're the worst. Yeah, right? Like nobody can know everything. It's impossible. Embrace that and be curious. Be ready to learn something new at the drop of a hat and you're good to go. That'll make you a really good engineer. Dumenberg, I'm coming at everybody like that because I'm even doing it to myself. There are people that come in here talking about like C++ and firmware and stuff I'm really bad at. I have no idea. But I love chatting about it and learning more and, staying humble. What helped me the most to learn more efficiently? Recognizing that you'll never know everything. So you should be ready to go Google something you don't get. There's that meme, right? My girlfriend's learning programming. She confessed to me the other day that sometimes she just Googles for the answers. Do I tell her? And the joke is like, that's how we all do it. That's the job. Right? She said she was cheating because she Googles for the answers. Yeah, like, duh, that's the job. It's not about what you know, it's about what you can learn. And people coming out of university think that university is there to prepare you for the job. No, it's prepare you to prepare yourself for the job. University is to teach you how to learn, how to do research. Once you've got that, you can learn anything. So I get that, Cascadesy. I would say they're actually the same thing. Like, maybe it's a Venn diagram with a lot of overlap. At which point, like, you might be splitting hairs between the two. That's my opinion. If you disagree, that's fine. Knowing you don't know everything actually is imposter syndrome. I think imposter syndrome is actually thinking that you're supposed to know everything. So Fablekins, I would say they're actually the same thing, but it depends on your perspective of them. They're actually the same thing, but it depends on your outlook more than anything. Because most of the world is perspective, right? And how we view something. Again, that's based upon your perspective, but they're actually the same thing, you know? Like, do you remember when there was like is it a white dress or a blue dress thing, like on the internet? It's the same dress, but how you perceive it, that's on you. Do you remember that meme? I'd say that's actually the difference. To me, it's the white dress, blue dress problem between imposter syndrome and knowing you don't know everything. The only difference is how you perceive it, not the thing that's actually there. No, no, no. Like Jarrell, knowing you don't know everything should actually mean that you could. I would say imposter syndrome is actually the never will. Whereas, like, knowing you don't know everything means that you could know something with enough effort. That's the I could. You can be humble without imposter syndrome. Again, that's perspective, though. In my opinion, keep that in mind. If you have that, like, self-consciousness to recognize your imposter syndrome as simply not knowing the thing yet, that's the healthy approach to imposter syndrome. The unhealthy approach is I'll never be good enough. But they're both actually like the same root thing. Right? So at that point, I would say, yes, imposter syndrome and recognizing that everybody is an imposter. They're just a different perspective of the same problem. Again, Fablekins, we can disagree. I think they are the same thing. Right? We can disagree on that. I'm okay with it. But I think they're the same thing. I don't know. I'm trying to think of a better analogy, maybe. But I don't know. I think we don't need to dwell on it. I think here's the biggest thing I want to like make as an analogy. When you're driving your car, you should always have the fear. Right? You should always have the fear of knowing that you're driving this thing that can cause major damage. Right? And that you're not a perfect driver. You'll never be a perfect driver. Everybody makes mistakes. Knowing that versus just having the fear are still the same thing. But the people that think they're an amazing driver, they're actually the most dangerous people on the road. That's the way I really want to make that analogy. So whether you're a timid driver and you're checking your mirrors every 10 seconds, doing actually the right thing, versus a driver who's experienced but still checks their mirrors every 10 seconds, that's fine. That's just a perception. That's a mentality problem. It's the people that are way too confident while they're driving. They're the most dangerous people you'll ever drive around. Hubris. Yeah, exactly. So yes, I would agree that poets would argue that the usage of the words change these things. What I'm getting at is, yes, it's maybe a Venn diagram for those other two things, but it's a completely separate circle separated by miles between those two things and the people that think they're a badass. So I disagreed Dumenberg because you're already driving, right? Maybe Dumenberg. I would say there are levels to imposter syndrome then. The person who isn't even driving yet, they're not even a driver. So they don't even have imposter syndrome. They have whatever is a precursor to that. The moment you're driving, you should be having that like imposter syndrome of, I don't know the conditions. I don't know. Maybe it rained recently. Maybe there's some black ice and like the temperature's low. I don't have a thermometer. Right? I'm a good driver, but I've never driven in snow, so I should take it easy. Sure. The biggest thing is like imposter syndrome when you're already a dev is very different from imposter syndrome before you've even started. And build with Jen. Is that Jen Junode? Like, did you rebrand? Okay. There's another Jen that's awesome. She has like a cool like podcast thing. Like where it's like teach Gen Tech. So I don't know. I thought there was like an overlap. But I recognize you have one N, she has two in her name. But still a cool stream. Yeah, no worries. Maybe Dr. Dumenberg, I would say that's like the most extreme example of it. In my opinion, the common case of imposter syndrome is actually, well, I'm in this meeting, someone said it would take a couple days. I don't know, to me that seems like it would take a week, and you actually have like the right approach because this person that estimated it for a couple days isn't considering this thing that you were totally thinking about. If you don't bring it up because you think, well, they're more experienced and I just shouldn't say it, to me that's imposter syndrome. Well, obviously the senior said it's going to take 2 days. I'm thinking maybe they didn't consider this edge case. But you know what? They're the senior. They must have. I'm just some junior. I'm obviously not experienced enough. Right? When instead, you should bring it up every single time. You should actually speak up in meetings when you're estimating. Things like that. So to me, that's maybe like the imposter syndrome I was thinking about. Which I consider the more common case when someone's already in the industry. That lack of confidence is the imposter syndrome, like literally, in my opinion. Oh, I'm just some dev. I shouldn't be touching the database. No, that's imposter syndrome. Like I'm just a junior. I shouldn't be talking to the back end devs. I'm just doing the front end stuff. No, that's imposter syndrome. Yeah, it's fine. Like we all have a different definition of what we consider imposter syndrome. Yeah, in my opinion, it's confidence. It's being okay with being wrong, you know? But you never know if you're wrong unless you speak up. So hold on real quick. Tyler over on YouTube asked a question, thoughts on microservices versus monolith? There are right cases and wrong cases for each. They all depend on what you're trying to build, what kind of scale you're trying to hit out of the gate, etc. If you're building a side project, you probably shouldn't be doing microservices unless you're doing it just to learn. If you're just trying to get something launched, probably use a monolith. Unless you know you're going to need to hit some level of scale. No worries there, Dreams. Have a good night. Yeah, we'll see you again soon. Yeah, thank you to all the follows. Oh man, let me start shouting them out. Dedge Capital, Fiery Ones, Karen, Rybread. I like the way you spelled Rye there. Mr. Friend, Drew, AF Dinky, Akon, Halo. This isn't water. This is definitely not water. Hold on, wait. This isn't water. Is your name a reference to the Cheech and Chong movie? Where he's like thirsty, he goes up to the judge, drinks their thing. He's like, fucking vodka, man. I'm going to guess that's a reference to that. Correct me if I'm wrong. Cricket X, Feeling and Joy, MKE Beast, Sepster, Patricio, Surely Not, which I love that name. Like, good pun. Jojo Forest, T. Gilly, Veer Bites, Devnix, Face Step, and Jarrell, thank you for that sub. Appreciate you. You can be confidently humble, you know? It may seem like a contradiction, but I think it sits within the gray area. For sure. Yeah, exactly, Fable. I agree. So hold on. You used to teach adults a skill, and they'd have the right gut feeling on what to do, but they'd question themselves on if they're actually right, if they're good enough, if they deserve to be in the room. It would almost stop them from continuing on to learn the skill, like their inherent skills weren't good enough down to the foundation. They had confidence in other areas of their life except this new thing. Yeah. That makes sense. I get that. So, Ninosaur, you might have just joined, but the excited to learn and knowing you don't know everything, that's where we were having a bit of a disagreement. I think what you're saying is also imposter syndrome, but it's how you look at that feeling of being an imposter. Like your perspective on not knowing everything, how you treat that is actually the difference between maybe the more extreme version of imposter syndrome and just, being willing to learn. And to me, they're the same thing, but it depends on your perception. Very much like the white and the blue dress that was a meme, 10 years ago. Maybe 8. I don't remember the time frame. Yeah, and everyone learns at a different pace. So someone else's 3 years is going to be different from your 3 years at doing something. A quick bit. You thought it was last year? No, it's older than that for sure. It was 10 years? That's what I thought. It was a while ago. It was a long time ago, actually. Yeah, sorry about that. My bad. But yes, to that effect, right? Little bit of backstory. I was a snowboard bum for 10 years out of high school. I knew I wasn't going to get into university because I was a slacker in high school. I could ace the tests. I never did homework, though. Sound familiar? So then I graduated high school and was like, you know what? I'm going to go snowboard all summer at Mount Hood. And then I went and snowboarded all winter at Stevens Pass. And I did that for 10 years. I lived in a van at one point. by choice. Like I didn't have to, but I could save money, and it was summer at Mount Hood, so it was perfect weather for it. So yeah, I did that for 10 years, and then I got into tech. But while I was a snowboarder, I would ride like 150 days a year. I'm not even exaggerating. I've said 200 before, and that probably only happened 1 year, but 150 per year is, yeah, I probably did that at least 6 or 7 years. I only got as good as I got at snowboarding because I put in that much time doing it. Whereas there are people who had been snowboarding for 3 years and they got like amateur sponsored, like paycheck style at the age of like 19, you know? I could look at them and simply say like, man, God, I'll never be as good as them or whatever, blah, blah, blah. But instead, you know what? I did a whole bunch of stuff that they weren't that good at. Like I had lived my life and done a whole bunch that they hadn't done. Appreciate what you got and where you are, but don't necessarily like compare yourself to people who are just better in a shorter time frame, because that's not healthy. It came down to they were willing to chuck their meat off of a jump more so than I was, because I was a bit more timid about that stuff. The way I fixed it was just doing it every day. The way they fixed it was just being willing to get hurt. Yeah, I'm lucky. Both of my parents were in tech. And when I said I just want to go snowboard all summer, they were like, do it. You can't do it when you're older. And that was like the coolest thing, having parents that were supportive. Right? Like, yeah. Like, my dad had knee problems. My mom had ankle problems. You know? The best time to go out and be foolish with your body is when you're young, not when you're old. Right? Like, it's just, yeah, not a thing. My mom forever refused to actually snowboard because, yeah, I got to keep working. I can't hurt my wrists. These are the money makers, you know? And wrist injuries are very common for like people learning to snowboard. There are outliers, but you can get to a level where you're within range of those people, right? So effort versus talent, those two things kind of equalize out eventually. You can compensate for a lack of talent with effort to a degree. Not all the time, not every time. You'll never, like, with a lack of talent, you'll probably never make it to the NBA. But you can play college ball if you care and you try enough and if you're tall enough. Basketball is a different thing, right? You got to be tall enough for basketball these days. That part sucks. Muggsy Bogues couldn't make it in the NBA these days, which is actually crazy. But anyway, yeah. I can get back to the code I'm working on. I love these chats. You know, like I could work on code and work on my side projects off stream. Like totally, like no problem. But you know what you can't get off stream? This. And this is one of my favorite parts. Oh, there you go, Fable. Yes, as far as like getting like jobs go, I believe the point you're trying to make, and I could be wrong, Fable, is at various jobs, you need to get to like a salary floor at which you're living comfortably, you're not stressed about money, And then once you're at that salary floor, the other stuff becomes more important, like work-life balance, like working with a team you like working with, working on a product you really like. At some point, the money trade-off for a higher salary, but to work on a toxic team, that just isn't worth it. To go into the office versus to be able to work remotely, sometimes it's just not worth it as long as you're hitting that bare minimum that you consider what you need to live. And it's hard to put like a dollar value on working remotely versus working in an office. But I'll tell you this right now, I wouldn't consider an office job for less than like $250K a year. And that would be a massive, massive bump compared to what I'm making right now. But I'm okay with it because I'm making at least enough. Don't go start a company. I might be doing that right now. I feel like as a solo founder, I can get myself to that base, like minimum. If I was working and like I needed a co-founder, well then yeah, my salary would be shit. But if I can get investment and pay myself, I don't know, 120 to 150 like per year, I'd consider that okay. At 120, I'd want to move somewhere cheaper. At 150, that's about what I'm at right now anyway, like a little less. I'd be okay with that. As a solo founder, doable. As a co-founder, probably not. I am looking at Waltr being something that is investable. Personally, like for growth reasons, I think Waltr is probably going to need it. But I want to have customers and be able to bootstrap a little bit before I consider like quitting my job for it or something. Like I wouldn't quit my job for Waltr unless I had investment. Let me just put it that way. I wouldn't relocate for Waltr unless I had investment. Stuff like that. But yeah, any other like pertinent questions? I don't want to make it seem like I'm like, hey, we're gonna go heads down and work on code. It's a Friday night. We're chilling. We're hanging out. But I got plenty of time. I got no like gaming crew to chat with tonight. Like like go play some games or anything. So I got the entire night. We can do whatever we want. So I'd like to get the 404 functionality at least done. And then tomorrow we can jump into like the next bit. Hold on. What was your question there, Dumenberg? Working on your own stuff, but you need investment because stuff like this is always competing with huge companies. Yeah, just remember that like big companies can't move as quickly. For a big company to build Waltr, like you're looking at like $2 million. Because it would take them at least a year and they'd need a team of, I don't know, 5 to 7 people to do it. Just because big companies just move slower. They got to pay people a salary. All that stuff. As a solo founder, you can move way quicker. You can just make decisions instead of having to like drum them up the flagpole or totem pole. So am I developing around a user base? That's the one thing you'll say that if you could do again, small business owners will basically just bitch about their problems if you sit down and let them. Then you just code around it and be like, how much would you pay for me to solve this problem? What's up, Owen? How you doing? So, Dr. Dumenberg, I am building Waltr for myself. But also the pivot that we've done recently, I'm doing based upon like chatting with other people about it as well. I have enough other things I want to build. If you've ever seen my Trello board, you'll know that I've got ideas. Like, I got so many ideas, man. Open source, there's that list. Short list is not such a short list anymore. Ideas goes deep. Business viable goes deep. I got ideas, man. Most of those things end up being software as a service where I need to bill people based upon their usage in some way. Right? Monthly active users, the amount of things you can like spin up, etc. Pretty much every other software as a service I want to build is going to need this functionality. So I'm building for myself, which I think works, but also I need to take into account other people as I build it, which is why I need the MVP done, oh no, in like a month or so. Maybe Jarrell. Yeah. I mean, if we look at my list, the things I'm planning on dog fooding Waltr for are actually like very small BSy things. I want to build maybe a Formspree clone or a dub.co clone. I don't necessarily want to like create an entirely new product like Waltr I think kind of is. Instead, I want to clone an existing product, but prove out Waltr by dog fooding it. No, not yet, Fable. I am my current user. But yeah, later there, AF Dinky. Have a good one. I have had enough people here in chat say, like, this is something they could use. No, I am the user if I'm dog fooding it in other products I build. I am the user for the things I want to make with it. Like the way I'll be dog fooding it for other software as a service, I am the user. Absolutely. If this is only something I end up using, I'm still saving myself months of work for every single like startup I want to build. If I build 10 startups, I'm saving myself years of time. If I want to sell it separate. I mean, that's the entire point. Like, I need to build the MVP and get users in testing it, and then they can actually tell me if it's solving a problem. And I've got people willing to do so. That's what I'm getting at Fable. I need an MVP so people can actually use it and tell me if it's solving a problem. That's what we're building towards right now. No, we need an MVP that people can use. I know for a fact that this is solving a problem. I don't know if I'm solving it the right way until people get in and try to use it. That needs an MVP. I know for a fact this solves a problem because I have this problem. I know other people that have this problem. Game devs have this problem. They're not good at building APIs, but they absolutely have cosmetic marketplaces. The key is I need to get something in their face that they can actually use and test and let me know if it actually solves their problem. Figma would take me just as long as building it. Nah, so I completely disagree with that, Fablekins. You can ask a user if it solves their problem, and they'll say yes, but the thing you build doesn't do it. Right? And they don't know it doesn't do it until they try to use it. I just disagree. I'm not a designer, so the thing that you're talking about, it would take me way more time than just building it. Okay, I get it. But again, I'm not a designer. For me to learn and get Figma working in a way that would do this stuff, I might as well just build it. I'm not a designer. For me to be productive with Figma would take way too much time. Maybe Fablekins. That's fine. I need something people can use. That's it. Because I know this is a problem. Every single software as a service has to do this thing. It's like auth as a service, in my opinion. If I were to get funded by Y Combinator, every single other business in my cohort would be a potential customer. I think there's a lot of value to that, but how I'm solving that problem, that's actually the thing that makes or breaks this. Am I using AI? I use Super Maven for code completion, and that's about it. I'm not a big Cursor user. I did use Cursor for building out a script to generate previews for ghosty shaders. So if we look at this README, yeah, this README and like the bash script to do so, yeah, like capturing the screen and recording this output, like FFmpeg and like all that junk. Yeah, I used Cursor to do this, and it was fine. So yeah, if you look at how that script was built, right, there's more stuff to do because I'm not familiar with bash, but I am confident enough in my ability to do like web applications, just from my career and all that, that I've seen what things like Cursor do for that stuff. Nah, I'm good. Every once in a while, Super Maven nails it with an auto completion. But there are plenty of times where I feel like it nailed it, and then I actually test it and realize, oh, it made like a very subtle mistake that I just didn't catch while I was reading it. And it's a similar mistake I could make while writing it, so that's not that big of a deal. But catching those bugs and figuring it out, well, yeah, sometimes I spend more time fixing the problem that it subtly did versus, well, if I had just typed it out, I wouldn't have to debug it. I would have written it right the first time. So there's enough of those where I don't trust the large scale code generators. Sure, exactly, Jarrell. Like, I get it. It's useful, it's good, but these things aren't useful if you don't know better. If you're incapable of debugging it, right? So there's this age-old quote. Code is twice as hard to debug as it is to write in the first place. If you write code as cleverly as possible, you have written code that you are literally incapable of debugging because you did it as cleverly as you could, which means to debug it, you have to be twice as clever. So if AI is spitting out code that you're not capable of understanding or debugging, or like understanding or writing yourself, then you'll never be able to debug it. So I don't know. There's a lot of that in some of these like code generator AIs. And I would actually consider that these LLMs have the same problem. They're writing code that's at the limit of what they're able to generate, which means they'll never be able to debug it. I think you'll actually find that's a really common case in AI-generated code. They are writing code at the limit of their understanding, which means that they are fundamentally incapable of debugging that code. That's probably something I should clip. Well, whatever. One second. What tips do I give for someone who is just learning and starting to learn React? Don't feel bad about writing naive, unperformant code, right? You should probably never reach for use callback or use memo, especially now that React 19 has introduced their compiler. The compiler can actually optimize those things for you. So just write code that you can read and understand, and let the compiler add the use memo around it. Let the compiler add the use callback around it. No, and I get it. And whoa, that is a really long name. I'll just say, what up, Ari? Sorry, that name is so long. Oh, there's no way I'd be able to pronounce that properly. I'll just say Ari. Sorry, Ari. But yeah, I should definitely be clipping some of these things. I'm a slacker when it comes to posting to YouTube and YouTube Shorts and TikTok and all that BS. I'm a slacker. I just want to stream. I want to hang out and I want to build stuff. I need to hire some kind of editor who can pull this stuff out for me. But I don't make enough to do so. It's one of those things where I probably need to invest into it to break through to make enough from it to do it, right? Thanks, Dr. Dumenberg. I appreciate that. It might even be one of those things where I want to go back and just, redo it, but say the same thing, but make it more editable. I don't know. Again, I'm such a slacker. If I could just stream all day, chat with y'all, and build stuff, and someone just pays me to do it, the dream. The dream. All right, and then real quick question. So, Khalud, someone even asked this a little bit earlier. Next.js is really, really good at things where server-side rendering is important. I just disagree with the use cases where they think that's one of the most important things. I think server-side rendering is only important for e-commerce and really large, I'm trying to think of the right name for it, classifieds, basically. I would really think that Craigslist could be a really good Next.js site, as an example. But e-commerce and directories, where you have so many thousands of pages that statically rendering them is just not feasible, right? If you have 1 million pages statically rendering 1 million pages every time one of them changes, that's just not going to work. So you need to have a really good build process to recognize which pages you should statically render versus others. That's a thing that you need engineering effort for, which is why Gatsby was always kind of a problem, because their build times were just too slow. So there ends up being a level of scale at which your static site has so much static content that changing one thing requires the re-rendering of the entire static site, and it's just not feasible. That's basically the Gatsby problem. I think Next.js solves that problem fairly well. That kind of directory site might be a car dealership. They might have 1,000 cars on the lot, or at least between them and their partner lots and all that bullshit. Changing or adding one new car shouldn't cause the entire site to re-render. Server-side rendering might be a great use case for that. E-commerce, same idea. You might have 1,000 products on your site. Updating the amount of items available for a certain thing would be a really good use case for that, right? I think there are plenty of cases where Next.js works, but the amount of cases they're trying to convince us to use it for is just wrong. If your documentation site changes once a day, just statically render it. It's okay. If it's changing 100 times a day, okay. Well, yeah. How much time do you want to spend rebuilding that site? So Hunar, you're saying React Router 7, which is basically Remix, but they did that branding BS. Same idea. Server-side rendering with any framework is basically the same problem. Even if you're using Laravel, right? Technically, Laravel rendering a template to spit out and show you HTML, that is server-side rendering. I don't think that's actually the common case for most applications. If you're building a dashboard that someone has to log into, you could just make that be a React SPA. And then you have your REST API built with Laravel or whatever. Right? Single page application will do that fine because you don't care about the SEO of it. You don't care about the pre-rendering of it. So at that point, the separation of concerns between your backend API that can be consumed from anywhere and the front end that renders it, that separation of concerns is actually the main common case. The front end could be a static site built with Hugo or some other BS. Could be a static site built with React or Angular or whatever. Or like it could be a fully dynamic single page app that's built with Angular, React, whatever. But your REST API is just this separate thing that has its own separate scalability concerns versus your static assets that you just push up to a CDN. That is the absolute most common case for the web in general, right? Blog sites, marketing sites, dashboards. All those things benefit from that separation of concerns. Especially when it comes to cost. And you know what? Here's the biggest thing, like the secret that Next.js and Vercel don't want to tell you. They're doing that separation of concerns for you under the hood. They're just not exposing it to you as something you got to deal with. Next.js absolutely does their own version of like CDN caching of your assets based upon the data that changes it and all that. They're absolutely doing that to save costs on their end. They just don't pass that cost onto you, or that cost savings onto you. As an example, I have built Magento and WordPress sites over 10 years ago with full page caching and all sorts of other stuff where like the database never even got hit if the page didn't change itself. And you're just serving up pre-rendered HTML from that cache. That kind of full page caching is lightning fast. I've had Magento sites that responded back then quicker than the common Next.js site does. Simply because caching and pre-rendering is really important. I have absolutely built WordPress and Magento sites that will give you a time to first paint or first contentful paint or whatever faster than most full stack JS frameworks will do so. Exactly. Yeah, Cloudflare is basically a proxy for that. Yep, 100%. Yeah. Cloudflare caching is basically doing that full page cache at the CDN level for you instead. Yep. Yeah, exactly. There you go. Yeah, you're right on there. You're getting it there, Dr. Dumenberg. I have had sub 100 millisecond WordPress and Magento sites. I did get rated. Yeah, Leon's the best. He's such a good dude. He's the best. All right, so yeah, that was a bunch of ranting. should I get back to the coding stuff? Are there any other like big questions people want to ask? I don't mind the chatting and ranting part. I actually really enjoy it. Yeah, such a good dude. For sure. What was he promoting? He was doing some stuff with AppWrite. AppWrite is solid. Hold on. Tessa posted a link. Hey, Tessa, if you're still out there, feel free to repost that link, and I'll add a command for it. Yeah, I'm having a hard time finding it. Hold on. I could find it another way. Let me just look over here on this machine. Oh, hey. Oh, Sloop. Yeah, sorry. So, yeah. That was the link. Copy link. Commands add AppWrite. Oh, I didn't see the clip link, Dr. Dumenberg, but I mean, if you made the clip, it's probably in my history or in my like clip collection. So I should be able to get it that way. Add AppWrite. You can get free credits on app. I don't know if they capitalize the W. Oh, wait. Do I have an AppWrite command already? I do. All right, so hold on. Now, I'm just going to add it to the AppWrite command we have. Right? There you go. All right, so now our AppWrite command has that. All right, that works. Perfect. Let's see. Oh, and yeah, hold on. Alice, yep, thank you for doing that. As far as learning React, sorry, Khalud, you did ask that a minute ago. I didn't get to it yet. I would say the React docs are actually really good. React.dev, they did a massive overhaul of their documentation, and that might be one of the best places to learn it. If you're trying to learn JavaScript first, I would recommend Free Code Camp. And they also have some React content there. I know Odin Project has some good stuff too. But if you're just like, if you're already somewhat experienced, I'd just recommend going to the React.dev docs. So, up to you. No, I get that, Jackie. That's a good call. Yep, 100 devs, we got a command for that. I think 100 devs is most useful for having a community to learn with, actually. Like, Leon's the man. He's the best. He has some really good, like, tutorial content and videos, but instead, in my opinion, the most valuable part of 100 Devs is being a part of the community and having other people that can help you keep yourself accountable. Because it's really easy to start learning and then fall off. But if you're learning along with other people, that's where it's like amazing. Right? There are other people that you can chat with, and what are they doing? And that will help keep you motivated. When you're doing it, accountability buddies. Exactly, Mr. Friend. Yes, good South Park reference. Solid South Park reference. Butters is my spirit animal. Right? Like the episode where Jimmy's doing his stand-up routine. Turn the lights on. Lights turn on. Where's everybody at? Oh, they're all watching Christopher Reeves do, talk about blah, blah, blah. Well, why are you here, Butters? 'Cause I said I would. Oh, I'm a dork, huh? Yeah, that bit right there. Oh, my God. Damn it, Butters. You're my spirit animal. Oh, I'm a dork, huh? Like that self-realization in the moment. All right, Butters. Because I said I would. Yeah, exactly, right? I'm okay with it, actually. Hey, who turned the lights off? That does sound like familiar. I feel like that's in a lot of stuff, though, Unar. I feel like that's a meme at this point, like a TV trope kind of meme. The event planning thing you're building. Yeah, no, I get it. Well, why are you still working on that project? Because I said I would. Hunar. Oh, see, I haven't watched Doctor Who. So I wouldn't get that reference anyway. But hey, who turned the lights off is something that you could probably find in all sorts of films. Like, I feel like it's probably a TV trope at this point. Like, all sorts of films and shows. Like, I'd be willing to bet money that Scooby-Doo has had a bunch of characters say it multiple times. Oh, Scoob, who turned the lights off? Or whatever, right? Like, Shaggy has said it at least 10 times. But yes, I've never actually seen Doctor Who. I need to catch up on it. Barely Qualified, which I love that name, by the way. That is a really, really good name. But it's, hey, that's me. You want to know how I got to this point? Well, it all started 3 weeks ago. Right? Like, that's a meme at this point, too. Yeah, that's me in this picture. Everything was going so well until I met blah, blah, blah. Screen fade. 3 weeks earlier. Yeah, I can see that being a thing you dislike. I'm okay with it. So this is less of a trope. This is more me being like a theater, like film nerd. I'm okay with Wilhelm Scream. I hate the overuse or misuse of a Dutch angle. So anyone unfamiliar, a Dutch angle is in a film when the camera is like off kilter. right? Where it's like slightly like off axis. It's really good at like hinting to the viewer that something isn't quite right. It usually precedes like the reveal of something awful, you know? Like that, just like where the camera's just off. It's not even like when it rotates, but when it's just like off axis and diagonal. There are so many films where the director just does it for no reason. So I get it, Hunar, like horror movies overuse the Dutch angle. I would say horror movies are actually better at doing it in the right moment. There are some films that do it when there's nothing weird about the scene. It's just Dutch angle, no reason. Because the director didn't want to actually think about something. So Dr. Dumenberg, it's not even like, it's like right when the plot twist is happening. So it's not actually spoiling anything, but if you do see it and you haven't seen a single other Dutch angle, you know something's about to go wrong. And that's actually the entire point of the Dutch angle at that point. Like, it's actually to make you feel like something is not quite right. That's the entire point. That's why the director did it. They're trying to do that to you. In some films that don't want to use a Dutch angle, they might use the moving the camera in while zooming out, or vice versa, like moving the camera out while zooming in. And it's like a perspective change where like the background seems to move while the character stays static. Pew! Right? Like you'll hear a sound effect almost in your head while it happens. So like the character stays perfectly centered, but like the perspective of like the background either zooms in or out. That's how you achieve that effect. You move the camera in while zooming out, or vice versa, you move the camera back while zooming in. And that's how you create like the background changing while the character stays static type effect. The push-pull. Exactly. Yeah. Exactly. Yep. That's another one of those tropes that I like, but man, there's some people that really misuse it. So it's actually how you can recognize a director that has no training and doesn't actually watch other films and doesn't give a shit. You, Bull, I'm looking at you. I'm looking at you, Bull. I took like one video production class in high school, so I'm not some expert, but I love films. I love the making of movies and some of these things. So I pay attention at least. And I spend probably too much time on TV tropes. Hold on 1 second. Oh, I love how that emote does the eye shift. Oh, whose emote is that? Oh, that one's good. Dalcom. Oh, that one's good. I really like that. That's a solid one. Hunar over on YouTube says Pirates of the Caribbean did good techniques throughout the series. Yeah, I mean, as like meh as the films are, you know, like you have to be really into them. They had really good directors, right? It's not like they had Michael Bay directing that shit. They actually had good directors. CGI ahead of its time? Yeah, I could agree with that. Yeah. Yeah, Michael Bay's favorite song is Boom Boom Boom, Let Me Hear You Say Wayo. Boom Boom Boom, Let Me Hear You Say Oscar Bait for effects. He's a gore junkie? Less so. I would say, oh God, Eli Roth is a gore junkie. Michael Bay is an effects junkie, like an explosion junkie, which is different. Eli Roth is a gore junkie. Like Hostel and some of those films. I can't even watch them. It's just, no thank you. Uh, the Hobbit films, right? Yeah, I would say. I almost feel like the biggest problem they had was like the frame rate. The frame rate made it seem cheap. Made it feel very like soap opera. Yeah, so K Martinez, I do want to at least say it's worth recognizing early horror versus like late stage horror. Early horror was stuff like Tom Savini doing some of the gore for films like Halloween and Friday the 13th, right? Tom Savini pioneered a lot of like the gore effects that we see nowadays because he actually went to Vietnam and he saw some of this stuff like firsthand, like real. And he was able to bring some of that knowledge back to Hollywood to make realistic, low budget horror films. Yes, they're virtually completely different genres. But that gore aspect of it is really important and like canonical to like early horror films. So I would say like the gore itself isn't necessarily it. It was gore for the sake of realism. Whereas like later stage like Eli Roth isn't for the sake of realism, it's for the sake of like the gross out factor, right? Like the fear factor effect almost, you know? So I think early horror was about not just like shocking people, but also like being realistic to a point. It was almost like they were doing it to rebel against 20 years earlier when there was like laws about what you could show in film, you know? I mean, so the late stage version is simply like, you know, that stuff was already like B horror plot films were already going over the top. But it was like obviously fake. Whereas the late stage horror like Eli Roth, they had the budget to make stuff that was gory that seemed real, you know? Whereas the between like the Tom Savini, John Carpenter style horror, and then later stage Eli Roth, the in between was, yeah, anytime you saw crazy gore like that, it looked obviously fake. Eventually, we hit a level of production value that we could make it look real, you know? The slasher flick 80s version versus like the modern day gore horror. I think the big difference is in like production value at that point. I don't know. It's hard to say. I would also just simply say like Eli Roth probably thinks of himself as being an homage to the 80s horror. So at that point, like, it's hard to fault him for it. It's just some of that stuff is so over the top versus they kind of like did it when they needed to in the older films because it was actually still kind of expensive for their budget. One of my favorite things, I'm a huge John Carpenter fan. You know that song from Halloween? I can't do the notes myself because I can't sing. But you know that song, right? That like triplet like beat? It's just 2 notes, right? That was something John Carpenter wrote himself the day before filming started because he wanted to set the tone on the set, like, you know, while they were filming. Like, hey, actors, listen to this. I guess it's 3 notes. He wrote that just simply to set the tone, to make the actors feel on edge, to give their best performance. And it turns out it's the absolute best melody for that entire film, and it became the theme song. But he didn't write it for the sake of making a theme song. He wrote it to inspire his actors. I'm a huge John Carpenter fan. I'm actually, by proxy, a huge Jordan Peele fan because someone said, like in an interview, what's it like to be the greatest horror director of all time? And his response was, there will be no John Carpenter slander in this interview. Because John Carpenter is the greatest horror director of all time. The Thing is his magnum opus. Wait, hold on. So, K. Martinez, what was that from? Sorry, my bad. Wait, yeah, I might have missed that. I'm sorry. Okay, so reminded you of the time you tried sleeping under Michael Bay's desk for the set of Transformers. I see it now. Got it. No, that makes sense to me, K. Martinez. I lived under the desk like 3 or 4 days a week when I was working at Stevens Pass. At Stevens Pass, I worked in the terrain park, and I would sometimes go out with the CAD operators to help build new features, new jumps, right? Help them set rails, all that stuff. And I'd get back 3 a.m., and I'd just go to sleep, had a sleeping bag, I'd sleep under the desk. Morning crew would come in, I'm sitting there just sleeping. They can wake me up, I don't mind. Like, yeah, I probably shouldn't be here, but I did it, and it was free. Deal with it. Me doing that inspired other people to sleep on top of the office that we had. Like, I don't know, there's been a bunch of times in my life where I just decide to do something, and several other people feel inspired by it, and they do something like very similar. So I'm typically the person who will push a boundary of what's acceptable, and then other people will push it a little further. Like, you know. I remember, like, first summer I was living in my van at Mount Hood. I was one of the only ones. Next summer, there's like a whole like crew of like 5 or 6 of us. I don't know. It's kind of what I do. Anyway, let's get to some more coding. Let's do a little bit of it. I think, hold on. I actually have to use the restroom real quick. Just another trendsetter right here. Damn right. Oh, no, it was great. Yeah. Like, I mean, I didn't necessarily chat with and hang out with all of them, but at least like one other person lived in a van. They had their Volkswagen bus. I had my Ford Econoline. We were parking lot neighbors the majority of that summer. Really cool, dude. I really wonder what they're up to at this point. But yeah, no, that was one of the best times. Like, man, I look back fondly on my snowboarding years, even living in a van. No responsibility, just snowboard every day, do my job, and whatever. Now I pay $3 grand a month for rent. Ugh, dude, 25-year-old me would throw up in their mouth thinking about that. But let me go use the restroom. I'll be right back. I just remembered this anecdote while I was going to pee. Yeah, I pay $3 grand a month in rent. I live in Redmond, Washington, somewhat near Seattle. I remembered one anecdote real quick. At one point during my snowboard career, I remember doing my tax return, and my entire year's worth of take home pay was 12 grand. I'm not even exaggerating. I remember very specifically paying 12 grand, or not paying, sorry, making 12 grand that year and getting like 800 bucks back. I haven't gotten anything back from my taxes, shit, in at least 6 years. Where do I live? Redmond, Washington. So just on the other side of the lake here in like the Seattle area. Yeah, no, the Microsoft campus is less than a mile away. It's basically Redmond, Microsoft Town. Exactly. With zero traffic, I'm like 15 minutes from Seattle. With traffic, it's like an hour. In Kansas City, but then I'd be in misery. No, no, I used to have a friend, snowboard wise, who grew up in St. Louis, and he called it misery, not Missouri, which is, I think is the proper name. No. Yeah, yeah, he grew up in misery. Actually, need to look him up. I think he lives in New York at this point. Now everyone's moving there. Yeah, yeah. Living in Missouri is living in misery. That's the joke. That's the joke. Misery was one of those movies? You mean, I don't think Misery was that gory, if you're talking about like the gore stuff, but it's very uncomfortable. Very uncomfortable. I haven't watched it in ages. I probably won't. But I'll never see Kathy Bates the same again. Like, I've seen Fried Green Tomatoes, and I was waiting for it to take a turn for the worst. She's actually an amazing actress. She's really good. Like, her character on The Office was fantastic. She's an amazing actress, which is why she's so convincing in Misery. All right, so balance accounts, the is sandbox thing. Yeah, is sandbox. We don't actually need to do that part. No, that part's wrong. There's a new Matlock, though? Who plays Matlock themselves? Because the main guy definitely passed away, right? Is it like a prequel to the old Matlock show? Right? So it's like young Matlock or something? I can see that actually being a good show. Wait, so Kathy Bates plays like the modern Matlock? She is the Matlock? So it's a reimagining, a postquel. Okay, all right. Okay, no, I could see that being good. She does a southern accent really well. I don't even know where she's from, but yeah, she nails it. Madeline Matlock. See, I would love it if it wasn't like contradicting the other show. Like, what if it's just his sister? I think that would actually be a better version. What if it was just his sister? Fuck it. They can retcon that part. No problem. You just spit out your coffee? Wait, really? Okay. What, the sister thing? What, is it canonical that Matlock never had siblings? It could be a long lost sister. The other show is a show people are familiar with in the show. Oh, wait, really? So it's like meta? Oh, that's actually kind of fun. So she's the real version, and then there's like the TV version. Oh, like the TV show. I'm I'm the real thing or something. Like I could see her just being like, sassy about it. Oh, hun, I'm the real thing. Boom. Right? Did I just say a quote from the show I've never seen? Maybe. I don't even know. All right, so the page that we're on right now is balance accounts. All right, so fetching those, we actually have an issue. So yeah, some of the fetch state is a little off. If I turn this on though, no balance is found. All right, cool. We go to the balance, and this not loading is actually a major problem. But we do this, and well, shucks. All right, so something's wrong there. Huh. Okay, hold on. Let me read this. Wealthy retired lawyer Madeline Kingston gets a job using the alias of needy widow Maddie Matlock. At the law firm she believes hid evidence that could have saved her daughter's life. Within the universe of the series, the original Matlock series aired as it did in the real world, and the daughter's love of the series inspires Madeline's alias. Oh, that's really good. Okay, so it's not a remake. Oh, that is super good. Oh, shit. Okay. Huh. All right. Whoever wrote that killed it. Good job. No, that's cool. Never seen it, just Googled it. That's fine. I'm okay with it. I'm probably not going to watch it either. Meh. I don't get much time to watch new shows. If it's not on Tubi or one of the platforms I actually pay for, yeah, I'll probably never see it. Yeah, exactly, but Tubi never gets anything like brand new. The fact that Dune, right, the first half of Dune or whatever, is on there, it actually blew my mind, so I might actually get to watch Dune here soon. Tubi or not Tubi? Not Tubi is called Pluto. And either one's good. They have like a different selection from time to time. So I'd say if you're looking for one thing and it's not on Tubi, maybe check out Pluto. IT Crowd is on Pluto, not Tubi. Yeah, we got to look at why this page is failing. Because something is off here. This page should just work. Like, we know this is one of those, like, fetchable endpoints, right? Like, this thing should exist in non-sandbox mode. So I got to think about why we see it this way. So let's go look at that page. This is the balance details page. We're not even using is sandbox. All right, so we got to go look at the back end endpoint for this. Uh-oh. No, that would be it. Ah, we missed that endpoint when we were doing our sandbox stuff. Well, shit. Wait, did he just say whale shit? So, okay, so this is get key maps. Ooh, and we didn't have an error because get balance does its own thing. All right, so there we go. That works. And then we turn on sandbox. And here we don't have the 404, but we need to set that up. Yeah, so we get a 404 from that request. We're just not rendering that yet. Okay, so we fixed the fetching issue. I think I want to wait because we do need to fix other bits first, right? Like if I can show you, I want to resolve each of these endpoints as we go down this list because it'll be really easy for me to miss one. So instead, balance accounts is more important first, but balance details, we got to make work. So yeah, this 404 nonsense is our main task at the moment. And yeah, we don't have to stop chatting. I'm like, I still want to get some work done, but chatting's the fun part. Okay. So yeah, here on balance accounts, though. All right, we passed the sandboxing. From our state, we pass the sandbox value in. We go to this page. There are none. There are some. All right. That page is fine. So then balance create, I think we're good. Balance details is the next one. So now we're on the one that we care about. Oh, no worries, Dr. Dumenberg. Like, nah, I appreciate you. Like, it's 7 p.m. where I'm at. What time is it for you? Like, are you East Coast and you're like, it's like 10 p.m. for you? Or are you even like, dude, are you in like Europe or something and you're staying up way too late? It's 9, but you're an early bird type. Okay, oh, and that's right. Yeah, you said Casey. Duh. No, I didn't remember, but I should have. So that's my bad. No offense, I'm glad Mahomes lost. I was just so sick of the referees trying to like rig that shit. Here's the thing, man. No. I'm okay with it, and we can have a quick chat. I'm not trying to break your heart, but dude, Mahomes has been getting some bullshit calls, and he's been trying to get some of those calls on purpose. Right? Like, the flopping thing is not okay. That's what's ruined basketball. It's ruined soccer. It's ruined all of it. The flopping thing is not okay. The part where, like, he was running out of bounds and then slowed it down so that the dude would hit him out of bounds, and then he took a tumble, right? What a fucking dick. What a fucking dick. I mean, that doesn't count. That doesn't count. Mahomes does something Brady never did. Mahomes will do the fake slide just to get an extra, 5 yards. He'll pretend he's about to slide and then doesn't. That's such a dick fucking move. Dude, that's not okay. That's really not okay. He's abusing the rules to do so. He deserves to lose because of that kind of shit. Brady never did a fake slide. Brady never faked going for a slide and then didn't and kept running. Because Brady didn't do the run anyway, right? But Mahomes has done that numerous times to where it's not even worth clipping anymore. I just don't care. I'm sorry. No, he deserves to lose because of that abuse of the rules. Ask your colleague how they feel about that. Is it good sportsmanship? I don't think so. The fake slide is the most egregious thing I can think of at this point. Because the entire league has built themselves around these rules to protect the quarterback. And then for you to just flagrantly flaunt that in front of the defense, oh, I'm going to slide. I didn't. Dude, that is such a dick move. Right? You don't see Lamar Jackson pulling that shit. No, he'll just tank it. You don't see Josh Allen pulling that shit. No, he'll just tank the hit. As far as I know, Mahomes is the only quarterback that does the fake slide. There might be a couple others that suck too. But they don't count. Because they're not even good in the first place. Look at it this way. Josh Allen caused a fumble when he threw a pick six last year. Threw the pick six, someone caught it. He went and tackled him and caused a fumble. Dude, Josh Allen is the real deal. When was the last time a QB caused a defender to fumble? I don't know if it's ever happened. Maybe Terry Bradshaw did it at one point. Maybe. And I don't mean the QB fumbled. I mean they threw the pick six and they caused someone else to fumble. I'm not talking about the Pete Sanchez butt fumble. I'm not talking about that one either. Right? Josh Allen hit a defender hard enough with a tackle that they fumbled from a pick six he threw. That is next fucking level. You'd never see Mahomes do that. Mahomes wouldn't go for a tackle. When was the last time Mahomes got a tackle from an interception he threw? I don't think it's ever happened. It's a trick question. Yeah, no, so Dr. Dumenberg, that's the thing that most people dislike about it, right? That's the thing that the NFL was pushing for bullshit reasons and why Mahomes got so many bullshit calls because of the Taylor Swift factor. I think that's actually the problem. That's actually the problem. And that's fine. You kind of have to if you want to live in that area and not get beat up. Sure. I don't think that's a good reason. No, I disagree that he's all right. No, he abuses the rules in his favor. He is a massive abuser of the rules and knowing that the referees want him to win. He will specifically ask for a call at times, you know? I don't think a single one person is responsible for a team being successful anyway. So, fuck it. Right? Did Michael Jordan carry the Washington team? Right? Like Washington, D.C. team? When he was there? No. Definitely not. Definitely not. One player is not greater than a whole. Past his prime, if he'd gone back to a prime team, he would have killed it, though. That's my point there, Uncle Noob. Like, on a good team, Jordan could have totally... Like, LeBron is past his prime. But on a team like the Lakers, it works. Because he's on a legit team in which he can pass on knowledge and do all that. Jordan, on a team without any breakouts, any potential all-stars, he's not going to be able to do shit. He's not going to pass on anything to people that are going to underperform. I think that's the big difference. LeBron is also past his prime, but he delivers value on a team that can do that. He is a cheating son of a bitch. Yeah, sorry, Dr. Dumenberg. I'm just not sipping the Mahomes Kool-Aid. Favorite basketball player of all time? I was a big Golden State fan back in the day. I'm talking like Chris Webber, Latrell Sprewell era. Sprewell was probably it. So hold on, Haxer. Did you know about the trade that was done? So basically, Chris Webber was drafted by Orlando, and Anthony Hardaway, which you spelled totally wrong, but I get it, was drafted by Golden State, and they just traded those two straight up. I think Anthony Hardaway would have been next level on the Warriors. But it wasn't what they needed because they had Sprewell. Yeah, that was like a post-draft trade before the season even started kind of thing. Now, Anthony Hardaway and Shaq is a legendary fucking duo. So I get that. I'm glad that existed. This is going to betray my age a bit. I'm a little anti-Anthony Hardaway because of the player or the person he played in the film Blue Chips. I don't know if you've seen the movie Blue Chips, but Anthony Hardaway's mom in the film was a money grubber. Okay, so you've seen the film. Yeah, exactly. Right? So there's that little bit where, like, I've seen the film and now I'm like, come on, Penny. Don't let your mom run your life like that. Grow up, man. Just be cool. Meanwhile, like, Shaq has the best glow up because of that movie. I don't care, coach. I just want to play. You know, like, he's that vibe. He turned down the fucking Mercedes they wanted to gift him. Like, dude, yeah. Shaq had the biggest glow up in the movie Blue Chips. I'm a big 90s basketball fan. I fell off really hard in like the 2000s and further. Hoosiers, good. Rudy, kind of bullshit. I mean, is Notre Dame even in Indiana? I don't know where Notre Dame actually is, so I could be wrong. It is? Notre Dame's in Indiana? I had no idea. Shit. All right. Well, I learned something new today. All right. Touche. My bad. I thought Notre Dame was in Europe. Bad joke. Okay, bad joke. Bad joke. Yeah, I didn't know Notre Dame was actually in Indiana. I had no idea. I mean, anywhere in Indiana is just Indiana. I'm sorry. I'm just going to say that right now. You can say any town in Indiana, and yeah, I assume it's just Indiana. The city in Indiana doesn't change any opinion I have about Indiana. I couldn't name the biggest city in Indiana. Indianapolis, maybe? I think that's in Indiana, right? Okay, yeah, all right, cool. I was about to say, like, damn it, I could have been trolled by the name and it's not even in Indiana. That would bum me out a little bit. No, Indianapolis is in Wisconsin. Someone could say that and I'd totally believe them because I just don't know. I'd totally believe them. Someone could troll me really hard about that. Okay, shit, my bad. But yes, Hoosiers is a fantastic film. I agree with Hoosiers. It's a good film, etc. But yes, 90s basketball, I think, is peak basketball. '90s basketball made me watch the movie Forget Paris because he was a coach in the film. Right? Billy Crystal was a basketball, like an NBA basketball referee in the movie Forget Paris. I watched that movie for only that reason. It's an okay film, actually. It wasn't what I was hoping for. The Air Up There. Ooh, that might be my favorite basketball movie. The Air Up There? Ooh, that movie's really good. Do I always stream on Fridays? I do, actually, yeah. I haven't missed a Friday in a long time. So yeah, I pretty much always stream Fridays. Sometimes if I go to a conference and I got a flight back, if I miss that flight, then I'm not streaming on a Friday, but I try and book my flights so that I can make it back for stream. Because I like streaming that much. I stream 5 days a week. The only days I take off are Wednesdays and Sundays. And then, if I go to a conference, then obviously I'm not streaming on the days I'm at the conference. I don't have any conferences booked in the near future, so yeah, 5 days a week. Typically like 1:30 p.m. Pacific time until around 6-ish is like my golden window. Sometimes I start a little later, or often I end later. But 1:30 to 6 p.m., I'm, let's just say 2 p.m. to 6 p.m., I'm pretty much guaranteed to be streaming 5 days a week. And then, yes, I try to start earlier. I try to end later as well. There are certain things that might dictate me doing otherwise. Like meetings at work. Because of meetings at work, I might start stream later than normal. I'm okay with it. They're paying me, aren't they? Speaking of, hold on, we got this crew. Are you aware of Gitkraken? If you find Git confusing, there are tools that can make it easier to work with. Also, just simply, if you like Git and you enjoy working with it, but there are certain cases where you'd like to have a good visualization, yeah, I think a lot of our tools solve that. If you watch this stream often enough, you'll see that I do most of my Git stuff from the command line. I'm okay with that. I don't think the company even cares that much because it's actually a common path, etc. But there are certain things where Gitkraken and GitLens and other tools that we make serve a major use case. I don't tend to have those moments here on stream because I think our biggest and best features are about team collaboration, and I tend to work on solo projects here on stream. So I don't deal with merge conflicts. I don't deal with a lot of like the stuff that Gitkraken makes better here on stream. So it's a little tougher for me to showcase in a general way. I'd like to do so more, and we'll do stuff like that eventually. But yeah, right now, with Waltr especially, it's just me. The team aspects just don't matter as much. But yeah, X Factor, Mr. Sir, thank you for the sub. 33 months, man. That's a long time. Thank you. Let me get more music going. Does Synthwave belong in a museum? Junior? If you use Gitkraken, I'd be happy to chat about it with you at any point. If there's stuff that it does that you love, if there's stuff that it doesn't do that you would want, etc. I'm a developer advocate for Gitkraken, and it's actually my job to listen to your feedback and figure out what we can do better. I just simply wish I had projects in which I could demonstrate it more. We don't right now. Maybe soon. All right, so back to it. On an individual details page. Let's go to it. We do have a rebase tool. I would say check it out. Like, we have a free trial, and technically you can use the free trial. If it doesn't work, you can actually redo the free trial, I don't know, I think once every 60 days, maybe? I don't know the actual number there. At least one person has shouted out that they have done the trial like 6 times at least. And this last time, it actually made sense and they discovered the value that they would get from it. So feel free, use the free trial. And then if you don't like it, let it expire and who cares? Not a big deal. Eventually, you can opt back into the free trial, try it again, and then maybe it clicks. And if not, well, yeah, just let it go again. I think that's fine. Colton. Colton? I think it's Colton. Damn it. Why am I spacing on their name? I think it's Colton. That's the person that had that. Did it take Microsoft a huge undertaking in like 5 years to convert their... When you say SVC, they may have been like SVN based. But then to convert to Git or something? I don't know. I'm not aware of that number or anything. And maybe you just meant like their version control system, like VCS was maybe what you meant to type, because they may have been using something other than SVN or whatever before they migrated to Git. Yeah, that could be part of it. I don't know. I would assume yes, because Microsoft has existed since before Git existed. So they were on something at least. I don't know what they were on beforehand, so I'm not sure. Oh, I don't know more. I would love it if you have like a link or anything in which I could like look at it more. That could be interesting. So let me know. I'll give you link privileges ahead of time just in case. All right, you're already a regular. Yeah, you can post that link whenever, if you find it. If not, don't bother looking for it. Just saying, if you do find it, yeah, paste it here. Okay, so yeah, account details we've got. We're on to balances. We have no balances, so we go here. We fetch the balances. We go to game currency. We fetch the page there. Balance accounts. All right, so balance accounts didn't trigger that refetch. So we got to do that. I thought it would. So balance accounts didn't trigger the refetch of that. We've got is sandbox. We're passing is sandbox here. Oh. Huh. All right, now I got to double check this part. Oh. No. So this is the big difference. The balance accounts page requires the balance to be fetched. So balance accounts actually responded in a 404. But we didn't render. We're not rendering like the error of it. So if we look at this, right, fetch items if business and balance ID are no good, we bail out. We do a dot then. Oh. Okay, so hold on. It's a long Ars Technica article and has ads and stuff. Here's one snippet. 3.5 million files in total pushed Source Depot to the limit. So that's what they were on before. Creating a branch took the better part of a day with a performance-imposed limit of about 500 branches total. Groups had to think long and hard about whether they would actually create a branch. They certainly weren't going to create one on a whim. Oh. I'm okay with a few of the ads. All right. This is back in 2017, so probably before they bought GitHub, right? Like, I feel like they bought GitHub in like 2019? Maybe 2020? I don't know. Anyone remember the time frame? It could have been 2018. I don't know. I feel like it was 2019 or 20 though. So yeah, that's crazy. Okay. You're trying to get into IT by way of cybersecurity. Are there any books you can read on starting your own business like a cybersecurity company? I have no idea. Sorry, Python. One thing I want to point out is I don't recommend freelancing or contracting as like an early career. Like, it's a good way to get experience to then get a job somewhere. But I would not say that you should be contracting and freelancing your entire career. You should probably learn how other companies do it by working at one. And then after you've done that for a while, then you'd be like properly qualified to run a business that does it. Because there's so much more to cybersecurity, like running a cybersecurity company, than just doing the cybersecurity. There's like the business aspect of it. And it's hard to learn that all on your own. So instead, I'd recommend, maybe try and do a little bit of it as a freelancer just to get that stuff on your resume. But your goal should be to work at a company that does that stuff. Understand how they work, how their sales works, right? How project scoping and project management works and all that stuff. That's stuff that you won't be able to teach yourself very easily. You can try, you can do a little bit, but you're not going to fully understand it until you've been at a company that is profitable and doing it well. And then once you've done that, then you can start your own. That's my recommendation. And that's how contracting in general works. I started out as a freelancer, mainly to get those notches on my resume. Then I worked at a company that did contract work for other companies. And it helped me understand how their sales cycle works, how project management and working on a team works. That's stuff that you won't get solo. There you go, Twitch marketer. And for anything where you want to contract and do your own thing, you should probably do it to get your resume built up, then work at a company that does what you want to do, understand how they work, how you could optimize around it, the roles you'd have to fill. And then after you've done that for a few years, you can fully branch off and do your own thing. But without that knowledge of how to write a good contract, how to deal with the clients, how to scope out the work and estimate things, all that is stuff that you can try solo, but you're going to burn yourself out really quickly with all the mistakes you're going to make while trying to do it. Your goal should be to do it as much as you can to get the first job and then get a job doing it. And then see how they deal with the headaches of a bad client. And that prepares you for doing it further on your own. And that works with pretty much any industry in which freelancing is viable. If you think you know better, well then you obviously know better and you don't need to listen to me. But you wouldn't be asking if you already knew better, right? In a similar vein, right? You can learn to snowboard without lessons. If you're the kind of person that's asking about lessons and who the best teacher is, etc., you're probably not the person that's going to be the self-starter anyway. And at that point, learn from an organization that does that as their bread and butter. I never took lessons as a snowboarder, so I'm probably the worst person to ask about, where should I go to get lessons? No, don't. But you know how I got good at snowboarding? I snowboarded 150 days a year. Not everyone can do that. So at that point, lessons might be the move, but I'm the worst person to ask about lessons. As far as freelancing goes, I did that. I hated it. Because as a freelancer, you have to wear the hat of sales, project management, customer support, CEO, CTO, all that bullshit, CFO, taxes, all that bullshit. As a freelancer, you have to wear so many hats that if you're not at least 100% certain about one of those hats, you're going to have a problem. And dealing with that problem is worth it just to get the resume built. But it's probably not something to build a business on. All while not fucking up hard enough to get sued. Yes, exactly, right? Writing a good contract is fucking hard if you've never done it before. Writing a good contract is something where, you can learn that and learn from the flaws of your company that you worked for writing a bad contract. And hopefully you learn that lesson and never do it when you go solo later. But starting out, you're going to fuck that up. It's inevitable. Hopefully you had good clients to where it's not a big deal. when you recognize a flaw in your contract. I got lucky, and a lot of my early contracts when I was freelancing were people that I knew, which meant I didn't necessarily charge what I was worth, but I also got a lot of leeway. I got a lot of like wiggle room to make mistakes. Ryan Adrig, company schmumpany. Touche. Thank you, Twitch marketer. Charge extra if they know you. That's actually not a bad call. No, that's really not a bad call. Like, let me just point out how lucky I got. I had a client, and I was like, here's what I want to charge you. And they were like, no, that's not enough. I'm going to pay you more. That's the best client. That is the best client. And they trusted me to be an expert. I got really lucky with a lot of my like freelance clients, you know. But it's also very easy to get a bad client that you know who expects the world and you couldn't possibly deliver on their expectations. That also happens. I just got really lucky. All right, real quick, hold on. I got more soda. Like, that's a terrible mix. The whiskey's to there, the soda's to there. This would get me fucked up. So let me go grab some more soda. I'll be right back. Okay, I'm back. I got more soda. I got myself a snack as well. And I just realized when I went to Costco the other day, I bought some like pre-made takoyaki. I'm actually looking really forward to cooking up some of this takoyaki, which is basically like octopus something or other. Like Japanese octopus balls. Not testicles, but balls. I know. I'm preempting it so we can move on. All right, so yeah, the person asking about the emojis. Did you actually mean in chat, or do you mean like the emojis that are here in my text editor, right? Because those are slightly different. Okay, so in the code, yeah, that like spice emoji. Let's do a quick shout out to Code Biscuits. So I've got HTML biscuits, I've got CSS biscuits, I've got JSTS biscuits, and I've got assorted biscuits. That spice emoji you're seeing is JSTS biscuits, and technically it's just not that good. So I wouldn't recommend JSTS biscuits. But If I scroll down a bit, yeah, where you see the save icon, that is HTML biscuits kicking in. Yeah, the floppy disk. How many people these days, if you say the word floppy disk to, do they actually know what you mean? Oh, you mean the save icon? Yeah, I think we mean the save icon at this point. That is HTML biscuits kicking in. If you write C, C Sharp, Elm, Go, Java, JSON, Kotlin, Lua, PHP, Python, Rust, Toml, or YAML, I've also got assorted biscuits to annotate the ending brackets of your code. And the whole gist is, you know, you're scrolled way down here. VS Code doesn't tell us what this span is. What if we had a span within a span? How do we know which one's which? We can annotate that in your editor, but not make it part of your source code. So then for Rust, like you're seeing here, same idea. If you're a NeoVim user, we got you covered too. If you actually want links rather than just Googling it yourself, just let me know. But here's at least the link to the HTML one. There you go, Hackster. Yeah, by... oh, wait. Is that command no good? Is it just biscuits? Oh, I think it's HTML-biscuits. Yeah, that was it. So yeah, basically, if you're adding those comments manually, they're basically out of date the moment you write them. Because when you work with other people, they'll either ignore it or not remove it at a point in which, like, the comment might be lying to you. So yeah, the main gist is by making it a real comment that lives in your source code, you're inviting it to be out of date the moment you write it. Whereas instead, if it's just derived from the code as you change it, it's always up to date. Yeah, I mean, we got teachdev. All right, creative null, teachdev. You might remember Dane Harnett. So yeah, if you use NeoVim, maybe check it out too. That's fine, just saying. Not quite GitLens. Now, GitLens is about the Git stuff, whereas what I'm doing is more about the chunk of code. But in a similar way, GitLens does give you this like annotation that's not part of your source code, so it's dynamic at runtime. You know, if we, like, keep in mind, VS Code is really good about some of these like chunks, like, hey, we know we're in the on-click. Well, we know we're past like the common options, but this one doesn't get annotated. And then instead we can just see like if date range right there, like no big deal. We don't need the context of VS Code doing like the sticky headers for us. We can just like at a glance see it. So it's basically like a breadcrumb, but it's bigger and better, so it's a biscuit. You're actually hinting on where the name came from. We called it biscuits specifically because we think it's a little bit bigger and maybe better than just a breadcrumb. That is where the name came from, literally. So I'm glad you saw it without even meaning to. It's like you're working my marketing department. I'm not even paying you. Because ain't nobody got budget for that. So anyway, yeah, I'm glad you like it. Feel free, try it out. Let me know. We just hit 12,000 installs of HTML biscuits in VS Code just like a month ago, maybe. I'm really proud of that. 12,000 people saw fit to install my extension. That's kind of cool. That's kind of cool. All right, let me get more music going. Yeah. No, I'm really proud of that. Like, I'm really stoked on it. I do think that was even like part of getting hired at this company. Because I don't know if you guys know, I work at GitKraken. GitLens is one of our tools. The creator of GitLens is our CTO. And he's really cool. Like, it's really awesome. We just did a live AMA kind of thing in which, the goal was to show off features of GitLens, but we also got to like chat and do some of that stuff with him. And it was really cool. So let me at least find that. GitKraken YouTube. Right? It's even like the preview. If we go look at, I guess it's going to be over in live, maybe? Yeah. So we did like a live AMA. Me and the creator of GitLens. Just chatting, hanging out, man. He was a little more nervous than he should have been. Like, it's just a YouTube video. Who gives a shit? You can definitely see, like, the stress, and, like, you can hear the stress. But I think I tried to do my best to make him just feel like this was just a chat. But the part where he's, like, going through and doing a spiel about GitLens and all that, we can all tell he was a bit stressed, and he'd admit to it. Because he doesn't like presenting in front of a crowd. I get it. Whereas I feel like I'm like totally natural because this is the same shit I do every day, man. So, I don't know. At some point, maybe in the future, he and I just chat on like Riverside or something, and there's no audience, and maybe he's just less stressed out about it, and we're just talking. That might be a good version of this too. I don't know. We'll see. But I think it was fun. We had some good questions come in while we were doing it. And yeah, maybe watch that and see how you like it. Up to you. Not going to, I'm not going to be upset if you don't watch it. Whatever. Yeah, no worries. And yeah, Solthoth, hold on. You're one of them. Love the biscuits. Actually forgot about it for a while, wondering why you were getting icons at the end of your code blocks. Yeah. And you can actually remove the icons and just have like the annotation. You can decide what the annotation at the end actually does. So yeah, like where I'm doing the spicy, the spice, that's like a custom thing. By default, it doesn't do that. You get to choose how they do it. Yeah, that's totally fine. Yeah, up to you. Hold on, I messed that up, but configure individual language settings. So with assorted biscuits, you can actually set like a specific thing for each language. For C, right? If I'm writing C, yeah, no, a bug is the right annotation for sure. If I'm writing C sharp, well, yeah, pair of glasses because I need to C sharper, obviously. For Go, chipmunk's the closest I could get, but it's basically a gopher. For Elm, yeah, it's definitely going to be a tree. For Java, it's coffee. For JSON, it's a key. For Lua, it's a moon. Duh. For Kotlin, right? Android style, it's a robot. For PHP, the elephant. Python, the snake. Rust, the crab. Toml, I picked a cat because, like, Tomcat. I don't know. And then YAML. For obvious reasons. If you guys don't know why I make that sound, there is the YAML document from hell. This is the reason YAML is a fucking nightmare. Read through that doc when you get time, just in case, for fun. And you'll understand why YAML fucking sucks. Is there a better alternative for a lot of stuff? Better is subjective, but objectively, YAML fucking sucks. It's just that sometimes there's no better option. Yeah, the Norway problem. Like, there's so many, like, things that just make YAML a nightmare because the version of YAML dictates a lot of stuff, and they didn't actually introduce breaking changes in their versioning. Which means parsing YAML fucking sucks. Yeah, like, dude, GitHub Actions and their YAML actually suck even more because you can't do, like, references to other blocks. Like, it's something they've been wanting to do for a long time, but they just don't have a chance to, like, reference a reusable block. So I don't want to pull it up right now, but there's a bunch of, like, repeated logic I have to do in a GitHub action file for another project I've worked on because I have, like, 10 different languages I'm trying to build when I submit and do stuff. And I have to repeat, like, the shared Docker container for all of them. Right? Like, I'm repeating it, like, 6 times. When really, I could just do a reference to an outside block, and it would save me so much effort when I need to change it, maybe. But GitHub doesn't support it. Will they ever support it? I have no idea. And yes, I've looked into it. There's no way I could abstract out what I'm doing in a better way. So that kind of sucks. All right, so back to the page we're on. TOML. I think TOML is fantastic because there are not major breaking changes between the versions. If you need multi-line, like, strings, which YAML can do, JSON cannot do. If you want multi-line formatting for strings, TOML is basically it. Without, like, the headache of YAML. So I'm TOML pilled, but I understand that there are some, like, edge cases to it. Right? Like, is it obvious that when you parse this, you're going to be dealing with a servers block, and then servers.alpha is an object within servers. So when you want to parse TOML, right, if you write a TOML file, the way you parse that TOML file is somewhat unintuitive until you know, which can be annoying. The difference between lang biscuits and assorted biscuits? So wait, what do you mean by lang biscuits? You mean HTML biscuits versus assorted biscuits, or JSTS biscuits versus assorted biscuits? Like CSS biscuits versus assorted biscuits? Basically, anything besides assorted biscuits is using the built-in language server, which is why JSTS biscuits is buggy, because they updated the language server separate from the last time I updated the plugin. Whereas assorted biscuits is using tree sitter under the hood. and its like, parsers, etc. So it's in the way that the code gets parsed, right? I am beholden to the built-in language servers in VS Code for HTML, CSS, and JSTS. Whereas with assorted biscuits, I'm beholden to the tree sitter parsers rather than a language server. What that means is I'm actually stable in assorted biscuits because I would have to like download the latest version of those parsers, which might change, but it's not going to change out the hood from like separately from what I built. So it may break if I want to push an update to those, but then I can also push the fixes for those as well. Whereas JSTS broke because VS Code changed their language server without me ever pushing an update kind of thing. So it's actually like a dependency issue. JSTS consumes a dependency I don't control. Assorted biscuits consumes a dependency I do control. But assorted biscuits doesn't do JavaScript, TypeScript. So keep that in mind. Like assorted is great for languages that aren't JSTS. If you want to do JavaScript, JSTS is the only VS Code plugin I have that does that. Assorted biscuits doesn't do HTML biscuits, right? So you're probably going to reach for a combination of the ones available. If you're doing JavaScript or TypeScript, JSTS is what you have to use because assorted doesn't solve that. Assorted does do JSON, but it doesn't do JSTS. That's the big difference there. I could look at building that in eventually. I haven't had to touch those things in a long time. Yeah, if you're doing Rust, assorted biscuits, bam, nails it, solves it. If you're doing Go, assorted does it. Last time I tried the tree sitter grammar for HTML, didn't compile to WASM. Zig didn't exist, as far as I knew, when I was building assorted biscuits. We could spend like a day at some point bringing assorted biscuits back up to date. I bet a bunch of those grammars actually compile to WASM now. The list that we have in assorted biscuits on that webpage where you see the list of languages we support with it, that was only because those were the only ones that compiled to WASM to use inside of VS Code. And it reminds me, like, yeah, I should probably go back and update assorted biscuits, and I should probably be proposing talks about that stuff at conferences. That's not a bad idea. That's really not a bad idea. Because I have never presented about the VS Code plugins at a conference. I have presented about NeoVim biscuits at VimConf or NeoVimConf, I forget which one. Back in like 2021, maybe 2022. I forget the year. I'm a VS Code user that wrote a NeoVim plugin in VS Code. I used Nano to edit my NeoVim configuration, but I still built a NeoVim plugin. So that's the big thing. These things aren't sports teams. You can just build a tool that other people find useful. That's totally fine. Tim Pope is a NeoVim user that maintains VS Code plugins because they're not sports teams. It's just software you can build and maintain, and other people can use and enjoy. So just recognize that. You can just make stuff. You don't have to be a fan. You don't even have to use it on a regular basis. You can just make stuff. Just walk it over to Microsoft. No big deal. I don't think it would fit on a floppy. Nah, with all that WebAssembly, nah, it wouldn't fit on a floppy. It might fit on a zip disk. But then I'd have to buy a zip drive. And then I'd have to assume that Microsoft has a zip drive. It's Microsoft. There's definitely a zip drive somewhere at Microsoft right now. There is at least one person at Microsoft who still has a zip drive on their desk. They probably have basements full. Exactly. Yeah. That's what Azure DevOps runs on. Oh my God, it makes so much sense now. Oh my God, it makes so much sense. Boom, roasted. Sorry. Microsoft, it's okay, please. I'm kidding. Right? They got a sniper looking in my window right now. I got blackout curtains. It's okay. They'd have to be really lucky on their their guess aiming wise. But yeah, anyway, appreciate all y'all. We're hanging out. We're enjoying a really just fun Friday night. This is nice. Yeah, we got to figure out why this is not working the way I expected it to. We're here in the table wrapper. We're doing some of this. The is sandbox value should be triggering this to do a reload. A good alternative to Visual Studio. For what language? I think there's a big important thing to recognize, like certain editors are better for certain languages. So what language are you asking? C#? There is Writer that's worth checking out. I believe that's a JetBrains. My trial ran out ages ago, but Writer was a really good experience. You can also make VS Code work for C# too, but it does require setting up your dev environment command line wise in a way that might be more effort. But yeah, VS Code totally does work with a little bit of setup, whereas Writer just works. JetBrains brought you back to Kotlin. Okay. Dev containers for C# on VS Code. Yeah, that's an option too. Writer is not free. Yeah. No, I get that. Yeah, Unpreal, you were looking for free. I don't think you said that in your original comment, but I would say that JetBrains is probably worth it. Yeah, you just asked for an alternative, so I get that. I would say if you're just looking for an alternative, Writer is it. But if you're looking for free, you can make VS Code work. If you work at a company, your company should actually pay for your tools. But if you're doing it on your own time, I totally get it. You can make VS Code work. Totally. The C# plugins for VS Code are definitely doable. When my Writer license ran out, I had to use VS Code, and we made it work. It's not ideal, but you can do it. No, so keep that in mind. Hating a language is the wrong approach. C# is just fine. Some of the ways in which we're forced to use it suck. But the language itself, like, it's just Microsoft Java. And that's not a big deal. It's just Microsoft Java. I will agree with your sentiment that, yes, I learned JavaScript first, and then I was, like, forced to learn C# at the university I went to. And, like, why do I have to redeclare the array when I just want to push one new item beyond the bounds of it? There's actually major reasons for that. Just because you don't want to do it, well, yeah, actually understanding that makes you a better dev for other things in general anyway, because JavaScript is just abstracting that away from you. It's still doing it under the hood. When you push to an array beyond, like, the bounds that you gave it, yeah, no, that's actually just something that the runtime is doing for you, but it's still happening. C# makes you more conscious of the performance overhead for that. And that's actually really valuable. But yes, I remember hating C# for that specific reason. Maybe that's not your reason, but why can't I just push to the array and it'll figure out that it needs to make a new array and extend the length? Well, yeah, I should probably just be writing JavaScript. All right, so here's the big thing. We see table wrapper. We see is sandbox. Accounts here. Oh, it's balance accounts. Oh, right. I keep making that mistake. Balance accounts. We're passing is sandbox here. We're listening to is sandbox and updating it as it changes. But this table wrapper is not refetching that for us. And I had an epiphany and a thought that I totally just lost recently, where, like, why this page and how it's doing its data fetching is different from the previous iteration. Oh. Right. So this is the problem, right? Like, we go to fetch the balance, and the balance doesn't get fetched. So this fails out, and we don't reset the balance, which means that we don't trigger a re-render, which means that this table wrapper never gets, like, re-rendered either. If I do a dot catch, and I just set the balance to undefined? Yeah. Damn, Super Maven, are you listening to my microphone? How dare you? All right, so we see no account balance is found. That's good. If I turn it off, we fetch. If I turn it back on, And this is basically the pattern that we got to like listen for all of this other stuff anyway. Right. Hmm. Cannot destructure property data. And this is on balanceaccounts.tsx. I did save it. Where are they saying they can't do that now? Oh, they're saying line 87, so it ends up being down here. Like, we shouldn't even be getting to this point. And that should be throwing an error that we can just catch at the other point inside of table wrapper. Like, we go to table wrapper, we do our fetch items, we do a dot catch. Oh, hold on. We say loading overlay is false, but we're not. Hmm. Hmm. No, finally, like in this case, yes. The set showing overlay we did here is actually wrong. The finally is correct, right? So this part, yes, is redundant, but I think we were trying to do something else here. Like we just wrote this 23 minutes ago, right? So that was just some like autocomplete bullshit that we just let sit. No, that's fine, Chronic. That was a great comment. I'm glad I double checked it. Technically, the finally is 23 minutes ago, but really, it's because it's like down a few lines. The finally was always there. But yeah, the catch is something we just recently added. And I just let Super Maven complete it, but it's actually incorrect. There's something we should be doing here that we're not handling at the table wrapper level. And that's maybe where like the 404 part should kick in, but table wrapper is not aware of the entity that we're passing into it. So I think table wrapper handling that for us would actually be a mistake. As an example, over here on this page, we handle it. We get a 404. We turn it back on. We can fetch it. But the big difference is that accounts here is scoped to the top level, whereas balances here and like the accounts is scoped to the balance. So this is like a level like nested one level lower or deeper. And because of that, there's like a different pattern or problem to solve. Now, technically, there's like 6 other endpoints that have this same problem to solve. So when we solve it for this endpoint, we solve it for like 6 other endpoints or 6 other pages. But we want to do it in the right way that involves the least amount of like changes elsewhere too. So that part's a bit trickier. And yeah, that was the last song on the album. That was just a great album. Let's try and get a longer one going. Hold on, real quick. Do we want crunchy or do we want like chill 80s? And then we got a preference. Crunchy or chill? Blues? What's crunchy? Like, I don't know, like crunchy, you know, like synthwave that crunches. I don't know how to describe that any different, right? Heavy use of saw synthesizers. I guess I just got to play it, and then after a song or two, you can say you'd prefer chill. Yeah, this first song will be crunchy. And I think you'll get it pretty quick. Just give the intro some time. Hold on, here it comes. Okay, right? So crunchy meaning like digital distortion. Not necessarily chiptune-y, but like digital distortion versus like chill, right? Like less distortion. They're all going to be heavy synth, right? Depending on how you mean heavy. The heavy metal version of synth. Maybe that's what you're saying there, Umpriel. I'm just, you know. When I think of the phrase heavy synth, I just mean like everything is a synth. Never trust a synth. Hard synth. There you go. All right. Yeah. The kind of music you might hear in hard sci-fi. And actually, this song's not quite as heavy as some of the other crunchy stuff I play. Oh, hold on. There's a show you should probably watch. Party Down. Yeah, check out the show Party Down. You'll recognize Roman. Hold on. That's a terrible photo. Right? That dude. Martin something or other. That actor, Roman, who's totally in like Freaks and Geeks, if you recognize him, right? He is a hard sci-fi writer. And the difference between sci-fi and hard sci-fi is he really cares about being scientifically accurate with his science fiction. Which is a misnomer and total bullshit, right? No, I need to adequately describe to you how the pulsar drive works. No, you don't. Right? Arthur C. Clarke has rules of science fiction in which any sufficiently advanced technology is indistinguishable from magic. That is like the rule number 3 of Arthur C. Clarke's laws of science fiction. Meaning, if you're spending time explaining how some future magic technology works, you're fucking up. Because it doesn't matter. It's magic at that point. Because we couldn't possibly understand it as a reader. So just, yeah, it works how it works. Fuck it. Deal with it. It's not important. From Silicon Valley, yes, he is one of the back-end developers on Silicon Valley. Martin something or other. He was on Freaks and Geeks. He's big time. This show was actually before, like, most of these actors made it. Right? Like, this show was before she made it on Glee. This show was before he made it on Parks and Rec. Right? The show was before he made it on Silicon Valley, right? And Ken Marino here, it's before, like, it's actually around the time he was making it with shows like Great Hot American Summer or whatever. And, like, this dude has been in a bunch of shit, too. Like, this is, like, from Parks and Rec, this is Tammy, too. I don't know if you can recognize her with the glasses and the haircut, but that's Tammy too, from Parks and Rec. This is like a show that was big on Showtime, or Stars maybe, I forget which, before any of them made it like big with their other like breakout hits. Like this dude was making this show before he was the asshole in Step Brothers. So yeah, just pointing it out, like, this is one of those shows you should totally watch because it is also one of those, like, kind of like improv comedy shows where a bunch of their scenes was just them riffing. Just doing it, you know? Party Down. If you've never seen Party Down, it's really fun. You should definitely watch it. It's called Party Down. That's the name of it. And they were all like on the cusp of getting big before, like, you know, they did their other shows after this. Like, keep in mind, Jane Lynch, she was in Best in Show way before Party Down. So all of these people had roles way ahead of time. And technically, this is like a season 4, like after they had already made it kind of version. The earlier version of the show, right? Like right here, this is actually more accurate. Like, yeah, him looking like the pretty boy, him not looking nearly as scruffy. She was in a bunch of shows as like the jerk promiscuous friend of like the main character lady in a bunch of movies. This is actually like the canonical version of Party Down before they actually made it. The version you just saw was after they made it and they made like another season, you know? But yeah, Party Down. Fantastic fucking show. And a lot of just like improv comedy. And what's up, Code Drift, Mr. Sir? How you doing? I know X Factor, right? Like, if you watch this stream enough, your like list of shows that you need to watch and movies you need to see will outgrow your capacity to be able to watch those things. Especially if you watch this stream, right? You're not watching those shows while you're watching stream. I'm eating up your time to catch up. My bad. Sorry. Yeah, prioritizing. Yeah, exactly. I'm a little bummed because I've been talking about Party Down and not a single person has seen it enough to actually do the "Are we having fun yet?" So obviously you don't know what that means. You need to watch the show. All right. Catch up, watch the show, come back, and then you'll get it. You'll understand why it's a meme. I know, right? Like, meanwhile, back in the 90s, like, well, shit, what do I do with my time? I guess I'll watch Friends. Oh, it's garbage, but whatever. Nothing better to do. Nothing better to do at 7 p.m. on a weekday. Simpsons already finished. Shit, now what do I do? I guess I'll watch Friends. Fuck. Sure. Yeah. Yeah, it's one of those things. Absolutely. Would I like to learn a pigeon fact? Fine, I guess. Once plucked and roasted, a pigeon looks the same as a duck. Boom. Nailed it. You're welcome. As long as you chop the head off. A Bic pen design was leaked to the press 3 months early when a pigeon stole the prototype to use in its nest. Oh, that's cool. That's a nice pigeon fact. Oh. I like that. Oh, that's cool. Thank you for the good pigeon fact. And I like how you asked us ahead of time instead of just spamming it. That's a big thumbs up, right? For what I assume is just like a drive-by, like, troll account, but it's not that trolly because you asked. Like, super cool. Super cool. Thank you, Pigeon Facts. I appreciate that. I feel like you might need to update your name. You can do that every 6 months. You can change it to Pigeon Facts 2025. Every 6 months, you can change your name. Hope you know that. So make sure you do it before 2026 comes along. Like 6 months before that. And you could do it like right when the year changes. Just so you know. Knowing is half the battle. Oh, it's 2024 because your facts are out of date? That does actually mean all of your facts are made up? Oh, so you're the Chat GPT of pigeon facts. Okay, touche. I get it. So that might have been total bullshit. I get it. That's fine. You should just change your name to Pigeon Facts GPT. And then it doesn't matter when your data's from. We'll just press X to doubt every time. Pigeon Facts GPT. right? When someone calls you on one of the facts that you regurgitate to them, sorry, yeah, just saying, I may have hallucinated that. My bad. You could even add a disclaimer like 30 seconds later. All facts stated by Pigeon Facts GPT may have been hallucinated. I think that'd be kind of fun. I like that. You could even use ChatGPT to make up bullshit. The fact that you asked ahead of time is really cool of you, though. I like. Thank you so much for that. That is awesome. You try to make it clear that the stuff you say is made up. I mean, it wasn't obvious. I totally believed you. Well, shit. Like, here's the thing. Bic hasn't changed their designs in like 50 years. So that's where I should have actually recognized that you were bullshitting us. That's where I should have known it. Like, Bic hasn't introduced a new design. They don't do that. Like, no, they just don't do that. There's the meme, right? NASA paid Bic to create a pen that would write in zero gravity. You know how the Russians solved that problem? They just used a pencil. That's actually like a misnomer and bullshit, because a pencil is actually the worst thing you could do. You don't want random chunks of graphite flying around a space, like a spacecraft. Graphite is actually like, it conducts electricity. You don't want chunks of graphite flying around. So even if Russia did it, it's a bad solution to the problem. You do not want chunks of graphite flying around a zero-G spacecraft. Touche. Unless the goal is chaos, and then, all right, yeah, sure. All right. Off to spread more pigeon information. Oh, hold on. I mistyped it. Pigeon information. Yeah, no worries. Thank you for the follow. Appreciate you. Again, thank you so much for asking first. That is like really nice. Even if we never see you again, that is really cool of you. We get enough trolls. Very few of them ask for permission. That was really cool of you. Thank you. All right, so back to the bug we're dealing with. Yeah, let's delete that because, you know, it's a little misleading to people trying to, like, work along with us. There is some place, right, like somewhere, that we need to handle the 404 that we're getting, but we're not doing it right in these nested pages. And that is the problem. I think in the nested pages, we just have to embed the 404 component, right? I think that's it. I think if we go to balance accounts, instead of rendering table wrapper, we need to account for the not found, and then we just render that 404 not found, because the table wrapper will never get to that point. What we could do, hold on. We could pass the not found value as another prop. We make it optional, and the value is just simply false to begin with. And then if we pass not found here, we don't even initiate the fetch items, and we treat it that way. Because table wrapper already has, well, no, table wrapper doesn't have the 404. These nested pages actually need to render the 404 component, whereas when we're on accounts here, we can just render no accounts found, and that's fine. But when we're nested within a balance that is not found versus the other things being not found, right? Like we have balances. Sorry, let's get to it. We go into game currency, this page, right? If we do that, well, yeah, sure. Ah, shit, we're not even doing that because we haven't gotten to balance details yet. But we go into balance accounts, and there's none found. We go to here, and they are found, but we turn it back on, and they're not found. But realistically, this should be the same error that we show on the balance details page. Like, the balance you're looking for is not found. So this is a separate problem that we need to solve. Yeah, I think at the end of the day, this page just simply has a not found error. So the is sandbox is less useful. Really? All right, so anyone coming from Learn with Leon stream? You might remember a period where he talked about getting headaches and just in general not being stoked. My CO2 monitor is pointing out that we just hit 1,000 parts per million. So I need to open up my window. BRB, one sec. Obviously, I'm just breathing too much, right? My parents used to make that joke all the time, like, hey, the windows are fogging, stop breathing so much. Yes, he started opening windows, he got himself a CO2 monitor. All that stuff's important. Yeah, Alice, what we're getting at is I probably just burped, and my burps are heavy CO2 because of this right now. For sure, Childs. Yes. Yep. Yeah, CO2 is actually a major concern. At over 1,000 parts per million, you're actually doing like brain damage, basically. Like you have cognitive decline over 1,000 parts per million, and over like 1,500, you're actually like killing brain cells. Maybe it's 2,000, but at some level, yeah, you are killing brain cells due to lack of oxygen in a CO2 rich environment. And I forget what that actual level is, but bare minimum over 1,000, cognitive decline happens. Whether you're killing brain cells or whether it's just temporary, that part I'm fuzzy on. I might have forgotten because I might have been huffing too much CO2 at the time. So here it is beeping at me. Luckily, it's almost to the music, so it's just like an extra beat. You could have invented time travel, and then you could travel back in time to make sure that you didn't huff too much CO2, but alas, it wasn't to be. It would end up being one of those like Terminator-style time loops. It's just slightly off of the timing of the music. I think we need to like skip the song and hope the next one hits. Is that why you can never focus? I don't know. Do you have a CO2 monitor? You should probably get one. It's actually really important. Most apartments actually have a built-in like airflow like thing that they do. Yeah, most apartments actually have this like thing in like probably one of your closets or whatever. You hear it like ticking, like that operates a fan that tries to circulate the air in your apartment. Because not everybody opens up their windows when they should. Most apartments have a built-in air circulation system. Or at least every apartment I've ever lived in. Which isn't that many. All right, this shit's going down. I forget when it actually turns off. But yeah, CO2 is a major problem. You should be aware of it over time. Absolutely. Theo had a big tweet about it like a year or two ago. That's where Leon learned about it. I've actually had a CO2 monitor in my stream room for like 5 years before Theo even started streaming. But I didn't hype it up because it's one of those things I just think people know. He was right to shout it out because people just don't know it. No worries, X Factor. We'll see you again soon. Yeah, I know. We're going like pretty late here on stream today. I'm okay with it. What else would I do? And I do want to make some more progress on what we're trying to solve. I want a pattern in which we can solve this stuff. It'd be nice if I could hack out all these endpoints for it. I'm in no rush. I'm okay with it. I could even... I could fiddle with my humidifier real quick. Oh, the game mechanics of oxygen not included. There you go. Oh, wait, does it actually, like... Does your character become worse at what they do as the oxygen depletes? Because that would be really smart. That'd be really fucking good. That's the one where it's like a pair thing, like you and a co-person are like working together. Oh, maybe I'm thinking of a different game. I think I'm thinking of a different game. The one I'm thinking of is like a co-op game, right? Like two people are working together to do like space station repair type BS or something. Like, I don't know. I haven't played it, so I'm not sure. It requires another person, so ugh. That's way tougher to organize. All right, so real quick, let me fiddle with my humidifier. Hold on, which you just might have seen a little bit of. Does that scene still work? No, that scene doesn't work. How about this one? Nope, that one doesn't work either. No, not the keep talking one. No, it's like Heavenly Bodies. That was it. This one. Heavenly Bodies is like a co-op game, for sure. I was thinking of Heavenly Bodies, but it's actually better as a co-op. Right? Like two people working together for the bullshit. Yeah, I think as a co-op, this game is actually way better. So, yeah, no worries. So not the game I was thinking of. Not Oxygen Not Included. Haven't played that one. No clue. This one seems really fucking good, though. Like, dude, if I get someone who wants to, like, game together, like me and Robotic Head, we could totally play some Heavenly Bodies, right? I think we need to finish Divinity Original Sin number 1 first, but we could totally do it. Hell yeah. Dude, come on, man. We're at 9:55. Shut the fuck up there, CO2 monitor. I'm about to unplug you. Because I'm about to, like, fuck up the CO2 even more. Do I have one of these scenes yet? I don't have one of these scenes. That's why... Okay, yeah, hold on. So, let's just... Let me just... Let me do this one, right? BRB, let me fiddle with my... Let me fiddle with my humidifier. Double wink. Humidifier things, real quick. I think there's some clog. Let me try and, like, fix the humidifier. 1 second. All right, I think I just unclogged my humidifier. I think we're good. I think it needs to drop below 900 parts per million for the CO2 monitor to shut the fuck up. So we're getting there. We're close. It's at 930. I'm thankful for it, but dude, it needs to shut the fuck up. I just need to stop breathing so heavily. That's my fault. Throw it out the window. Defenestrate the CO2 monitor. It's a legit fix. You're welcome on the vocabulary link for the word defenestrate. It literally means throw out the window. Just so you know. Now you know. There you go. Yeah, exactly. If you didn't learn anything coding-wise today, you at least learned a new vocabulary word. CM Griffing stream is like a box of chocolates. You never know what you're going to get. Plumeri. Talking about pigeons. Why didn't you bring that up when Pigeon Facts was here? Are you kidding me? Come on, Alice. That was like, you missed your chance. That was the perfect moment. I'm not mad. I'm just disappointed. When else would that like be a better statement? Like right now, sure, I taught you a new word. So yeah, here's a new word. But when someone is bringing up the term, like when they're talking about pigeon facts, when will there ever be a better time to mention talking about pigeons? I'm sorry, like, if you thought now was a better time than earlier, I don't know. I question your judgment. There's something wrong there. Ad break in progress, so hold on. I'll hold off on talking shit for a sec. And we're just having fun. It's fine. So, Alice, hold on. The ad should be over, so can you hear me now? I just think you weren't paying attention earlier. Because when Pigeon Facts came in asking if they could say a fact about pigeons, I made a joke that a plucked pigeon and a plucked goose without the head look the same. Where were you, man? You left me hanging. What the fuck, dude? I'm sorry, I'm making assumptions. You know. I think dude is globally applicable, but yeah, the other part not. You're a slacker. I get it. You're finally chiming in. All right, better late than never. 10% off, but a solid 90. All right, you pass. Good A. All right. Still got an A for it, so whatever. I get it. In college, I was specifically the person that was like, well, hold on. I did these assignments. I got that percent. The rubric said it was that percentage of my grade. This final assignment, I could get a 60% and pass the class. I ain't studying for shit. So yes, I've done that. I get it. I fucking get it. All right? Touche. Well played. I could do worse on this final assignment than I've ever done on any assignment in my life that I actually completed. All right, I'm passing this class. I don't give a fuck. And I half-assed it and still got a 70. All right. Shit. Alouette, right? Keep in mind, hold on, did you know that Little Bunny Foo Foo is basically the same melody? Little bunny foo-foo hopping through the forest, picking up the field mice and bopping them on their head. Same melody, right? Same melody, right? Did you put that one together? I don't know. These are the things I think about. It's important. Maybe. Not really. How many people have ever put that together in their life? I believe I am part of the 1% of the 1% by recognizing that pattern. Anyway, let's get some more music on. There's actually so many songs that line up that you wouldn't expect that probably weren't even intended. And no, I don't mean fucking Nickelback and every other one of their songs. Those all line up because they are hack artists that don't give a shit and they just want a paycheck. Yes, you can line up the majority of Nickelback songs on top of each other and they all follow the exact same pattern and tempo. That's kind of crazy. No, I mean something totally different. Like unintended overlap. So there's that song. Shit. Hold on. I don't even remember the artist that does it. It's like do 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 do. Like it's like dream. Beneath something. No. Is it sing? Like, hold on. Da, da. Like, it's some bullshit pop song. Okay, hold on. I can do this the other way. We can do it reverse. There's that song. Oh, shit. I don't know the name of this song either. Fuck. It's, what's the, like, oh my god, I'm blanking on the lyrics, the band. My Own Worst Enemy. So it's My Own Worst Enemy. Damn it. So My Own Worst Enemy lines up dreams. No. Damn it. There's some fucking bullshit pop song that is like do 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 do, right? And it 100% lines up with the song My Own Worst Enemy. Like the way the chorus breaks down, the tempo, like all that shit. Fuck. Kiss Me? Oh, A-List. Yes, I think that might be it. Okay, A-List. My Own Worst Enemy. Is it Kiss Me? I thought it was a different artist. Sixpence and... Okay, hold on. Okay, that makes more sense. That's it. Okay. Okay, so is this not a thing that the internet knows about and I just know some random bartender that sings My Own Worst Enemy over top of Kiss Me in karaoke? Is this not a thing the internet knows about? You don't know what the Cardigans sing? Oh, no. Cardigans did, doot, doot, right? The fucking song from Romeo and Juliet, right? The DiCaprio version. Mother, mother says I shouldn't bother. Belongs to another man. Someone that surely deserves me. Right? Or, like, I don't know the lyrics, but, like, you know that song. Loveful. Yes. That's the song. Yeah. That's the one. That's the Cardigans song. And then they have a couple others. Yeah. There we go. Did I have a crush on the singer from the Cardigans? Duh. Like, who didn't? Come on. I'm 40. That means I was 13 when that, or maybe even like 11 or 12 when that movie came out. I definitely had a crush on the singer from the Cardigans. Duh, that's just science. You know what's actually like a way better song? Favorite Game. Dude, that song by the Cardigans, Favorite Game? Ooh, that one's legit. Hold on, you know what? YouTube, you don't have to care. I'm sorry, I'm going to play it here in a second because Twitch deserves to hear it. Yeah, we got the synthwave. Hold on. My Favorite Game. I think they spell it with the U, which is how you know they're European. Oh, you probably definitely heard it, but this song's fantastic. But a lot of people wouldn't recognize that this is actually the Cardigans, like the people that made Love Fool. That actually doesn't fit. That is not something most people would expect. In my opinion, I don't think this is even close to the same genre as Love Fool. No, it's fine. It doesn't make it to the VOD. We're set. YouTube can't hear it. We're fine. It's a solid song, right? And we can get more work done. I'm just so surprised, like, it doesn't seem like the internet realizes that that song Kiss Me and My Own Worst Enemy like line up perfectly. They may need like a slight tempo difference. I'm actually really stoked. I've heard a bartender do this one before. Like not this one, but like the Sixpence and My Own Worst Enemy. So they'll pick the song and you'll hear it starting and you're like, ugh. And then he just kicks in, it's no surprise to me, I am my own worst enemy. Like, dude, he fucking kills it. The fact that there's a bartender that will sing at a karaoke happening in his bar instead of just tuning it all out because he hates life, because he's at a karaoke bar, that is magic. That's really good, actually. That's a keeper bartender. So if you ever do listen to that song, Kiss Me, by sixpence and none the richer. All right, I get it. Fine. You probably wouldn't. If you do, it's no surprise to me. I am my own worst enemy. All right? It works really well. It works so damn well. It's actually amazing. All right. So, right, I know I discussed the code a minute ago. The goal was, we set up end is not found. We set is not found, and here, this is where we get the 404 going. So, technically, how do I want to do this? All right. So that's all we do for that part. And then we go to the bottom of it. Yep. We're going to have to do... Well, shit. Hold on. Wait. Yeah. No. I didn't want to do that. There we go. We do that. Technically, we need to do that. And we need a fragment here. And then is not found? What? Oh, shit. Yeah. Oh, no. I got the order of those wrong. This one needs to be below. Yeah. So we got the wrapper there. All right. Cool. Oh, shit. Where do I need this instead? All right. Yeah, we listened to that. What I wanted to do was play another cool Cardigans song. This is Tom Jones and the Cardigans. It's a cover of a really fun song. It's Burning Down the House by Tom Jones and the Cardigans. It's really good. It's really funky, and it's a fun song, you know? You might get what you're after. Wine Red by the Hush Sound. Oh, I don't know that one. I haven't actually seen Snakes on a Plane. There's some trivia behind that. The name was Snakes on a Plane as a working title. At which point Samuel L. Jackson was like, nah, you know what? That's our movie name. It's not a working title. That's the name. Do it. Who wants to say no to Samuel L. Jackson to his face? I definitely don't. So, all right, that's the name of the movie. All right, fine. That was the working title, though, and I'm a big fan of working titles. Anyone remember what the working title for Waltr was? Some trivia for the hardcores who've been here day in and day out. It's from 2 years ago, so I get it. Newer viewers might not know. Does anybody remember the original working title for Waltr? It's from 2022, so I get it. Maybe most of y'all weren't here for it. I'll give it 30 seconds. It's fine, Hadlow. I don't want to leave people chilling. I'm not going to be like, well, too bad. I guess you don't know. Like, I'm not going to be a jerk about it. So, yeah, I just wanted to give whoever's been here a chance to chime in, just in case. Like, delays and all that stuff, and they're getting back to their keyboard or something. The original name for Waltr was Moneybag. A-List is blaming the CO2. Like, A-List, have you been following that long? You've only been following for 2 hours, so you should definitely blame the CO2 at that point. You don't even remember 2 years ago. Like, you weren't following then. So how could you know? It's not your fault. Yeah, Moneybag. Damn right. And yeah, damn, Hadlow, you've been following for ages. That's actually pretty cool. Damn it. All right, so I don't have any VIPs available. I'm going to have to go through and cull the list of people that are still, like, following and chilling. Damn it. The Rust Wasm game. Oh, you mean the thing I gave a talk about at, Rust Wasm U, if we look at a video of it. I do not even make the front page. That makes me sad. All right, well. All right. So here's the biggest thing. I think it's actually a mistake if you run a conference and you release one entire clip of your content. I think the timestamp thing is kind of a problem. Like, you just lose the SEO value of each individual talk, So yeah, conference organizers, if you're out there, probably aren't. If you want to actually publish your content afterwards, do not do it as a single video. Split it up. Release it as a playlist instead. And reap the benefits of that SEO. That's my recommendation. Manning didn't get it. That's fine. But let me at least share this timestamp. So yeah, I gave a talk about using Rust, Wasm, and U. Maybe you remember that, Hadlow. Maybe not. It's not a big deal. Totally fine. But that was the project I was working on that I ended up giving a talk about at one point. So I'm glad you remember that. That's cool. And the game is still live. It's just static assets. That's one of my favorite other parts, right? Like, I know I've got it hosted somewhere. What did we call it? I feel like it. I don't think we released it to Hacker News. I might have done it to Product Hunt. I don't think I did a Hacker News post. I definitely didn't. If someone else posted it for me, that's cool. But I think we did all right with Hacker News. What the hell is the name of it, though? Oh, my God. All right, hold on. Cellulife. Hold on, it just came to me. Sorry. That's it. Cellulife. And yeah, honestly, the website sucks. Ugh, gross. But we can go to the game. And hey, right, we can kick off this. And, it'll go at X frames a second. We can speed it up. There we go. Hey, kind of fun. But let's go to another one. Let's go to like 42. Here we go. And then I think if we do that, I think that, no, that's not the fix. Damn it. No, that one goes too quick. I think it's this. Jason Shearer, if you're out there, I'm pretty sure that was your thing. And this is the longest. No, damn it. That's not the one either. I don't remember what their fix was. The goal of the game is either to have the longest lifespan or the shortest lifespan. I could have sworn it was these 2 points. Right? We didn't get a life or death score. No, something seems wrong there. Like, what the fuck? Well, hold on. I'll go back to C. Well, now I'm doubting this one too. Hold on, is that the one? Yeah, that creates the glider. All right, so the glider goes, loops around, it keeps going. We're at 60 frames a second. The thing that I think is magical about this, to prove out an idea of what Wasm can be. This is all Wasm drawing to a canvas element. But bam! Over 805 steps, we eventually detect a loop within one of those 805 steps. Technically, it's... Hold on, let me look at it. So, at like step number like 50, like less than that even, we hit the original frame that has the glider. And as this thing approaches 800, we detect the exact same frame. So anyone familiar with Conway's Game of Life knows that the entire game is actually deterministic. Every frame can be derived from the frame before it without any external input. To make Conway's Game of Life live before it will eventually find equilibrium, you need to actually introduce the chaos element to it. And that's also like kind of like really relevant to life in general. You know, the majority of life is not simply cause and effect. There is a chaos element to every single thing that we do, every single thing we say. So yes, you have to introduce a chaos element to Conway's Game of Life to keep it going forever. Especially with a fully like tiled space where like when you go to the top, you wrap down to the bottom. When you go to the side, you wrap to the other side. That finite space means that we eventually need some kind of chaos to introduce change. Otherwise, we get into a loop. Everything will just simply be the same without some kind of chaos element. And that chaos element is typically implemented by a random pixel getting triggered every X amount of time. If you've ever actually like really gotten super baked and watched Conway's Game of Life play out, there's obviously like a thing that's just toggling random cells here and there. And that's the only way it can actually exist and live, because otherwise it falls into this recursive loop. So here we detected after 805 frames that we found an exact loop. It was probably closer to like 780, 790, something like that. The way we can do that with Wasm is actually really interesting and also not interesting. Every single frame that I have, so it's a 50 by 40, every single frame is recorded as an array, or technically a nested array, mapping between the X and Y axes, just saying whether that cell is on or off. So what you're seeing visually is just a representation of those like 2D arrays. And then we decide if a cell is on or off based upon that previous frame that we recorded, and we can calculate Conway's Game of Life and the next frame from the previous frame. So when we see a single duplicate frame, we know that we're in a loop because it's all deterministic. The way we're checking that is extremely naive. I'm just going every frame, right? at 60 frames a second plus and checking every single cell until we hit a diff. And if I hit the end without finding a different cell, then we know that we're in a loop because that previous frame has been seen. So in this case, at 805 frames, I am checking all 804 frames before this one to see if we have a duplicate by doing just that loop, right? Row by row, cell by cell, right? 2,000 times 800 every single frame, and we maintain easily 60 frames a second on even modest hardware. On my ancient 2015 Mac Mini, 60 frames a second was not a problem. The only way I know I could do that is with a language like Rust that compiles to some WASM that then runs in the browser. For me to write JavaScript that could do that, no way in hell. I'm sorry. I just know me. At this exact moment, I could not write JavaScript that could do that fast, that performantly. And that is kind of the magic of Rust. That is the magic of WASM in general. You don't have to be the best programmer because your compiler can figure that shit out for you. You compile it instead of waiting on the just-in-time compiler to figure it out after X amount of iterations. And then voila, you've got performant code already written. I think that was the most aha moment to me. I could write the most naive code you've ever seen. I'm actually keeping 18 or maybe 1,600 frames in RAM at all times and barely chewing up 20 megs of RAM. On my ancient Mac Mini, when I tried to increase it to something like 3,200, we had a problem. I dialed back the frame buffer to 1,600, and if it would run there at higher than that, then it would at least degrade back for mobile devices or something, right? So I wanted to leave enough headroom for something worse than my 2015 Mac Mini. On this device, holy shit, dude. I bet I could do 6,000 steps in RAM before we detect a loop. Realistically, if you haven't found a loop by around 1,600 frames, you're probably not going to hit one. I'm not saying that's 100%, because there are edge cases, but man, we can do at least the 90%, maybe 99% solution by just going with 1,600 frames. But we're checking all of that naively. When I was building it, I thought, well, maybe I should start creating a hash from each frame, right? Add it up by the cells in each column and turn that just into a long string, and we just check the string equality. That'd be easy. Oh man, that would majorly optimize things. Even if it adds a little bit of overhead per frame, that would be made up by the checks that we're doing between all of the other frames. So yeah, that would have been the eventual optimization that I didn't even need to do because it was fast enough. So there's a lesson there. Absolute performance only matters for the use case you're trying to solve. Could I have been more performant? Maybe. Do we think there's going to be longer than a 1,600 frame loop in Conway's Game of Life? That's going to be really rare, man. You may go 3,400 frames before you find that loop, but without a chaos factor, you will eventually get to a loop that's definitely going to be less than 1,600 frames. And that was what I was trying to prove with... God, I thought it was this. Maybe it's if we connect it completely. Not just the 2, but the 3. That's it. That looks familiar. Yeah, this is it. So this is going to go 3,400 plus frames. I was just missing 1 pixel. So with 3 edits to the 42, how long can we make it live? That's actually the goal of the game, right? This is cellular life. You want this to live as long as possible without detecting a loop. And we're only at 1,000 steps so far with 3 edits to the 42. The longest we've ever gone, the winner of this game was Jason Shear, who helped us test it. And he found that edit to 42 that lasts longer than any other map, any other thing anyone's ever tried. I used to have like a high score list. I don't remember if that still gets recorded. But yeah, like this is kind of fun. What are the permutations based on? This is Conway's Game of Life. So Conway's Game of Life is actually like codified by the rules of what cell triggers the cells around it. The logic for it not finding a loop is because every single frame is deterministic, meaning like one frame will always lead to the next frame. If within 1600 frames we detect a loop, and damn, it was 3200, not 34, right? At one point, we found a loop within these 3200 frames. Technically, the loop started not 3200 frames ago, somewhere within the last 1600, because that's the only buffer we're using to check this. So, Chubby, you might have missed my entire explanation of this entire thing. The explanation is I am only keeping 1600 frames in memory, but I'm checking them really naively by going cell by cell. And because of WASM and Rust, it maintains massive performance even on like really bad devices. So I'm able to keep all 1600 previous steps before this one in memory. And at some point, we detected that this frame equals one of those frames. I believe based upon the number being greater than 1600, it means that this loop started 1600 frames ago. Because we finally detected a loop, I think that means that it was exactly 1600 frames ago, because that's like our buffer. And I was doing this on a 2015 Mac Mini that was way less performant and still maintaining 60 frames a second, while checking all previous 1600 frames of the game in memory, cell by cell, bailing out early when we find a duplicate cell, sure. Or sorry, a different cell. But my point being, you don't always have to optimize every single little aspect of something. The thing you're building should be optimized for what you're trying to do. And in that case, I could write this extremely naively. My eventual goal was to hash every single frame into a single array of values per frame, and then I could check that array, or I could just do a string check, which would basically be the same thing, right? If I could rationalize every column into an additive value of every value within the column, like all cells, like zero cells active in this column, 1 cell, 2 cells, 3 cells, their position doesn't matter if that single array matches up. So I could turn 2,000 checks, potentially, into 50. I didn't even need to make that optimization. And I'm still keeping 1600 frames in memory in the browser and sitting within like 20 megs of memory space. So again, a really naive implementation of this is still like really good enough. Throughout your career, for everyone in here, you will run into people that care about perfect code rather than code that just solves the problem. And it will be a constant battle against that like mentality to try and optimize every single little thing, when the return on investment might not even be worth it. Always opt to solve the problem you need to solve while at least considering the future. But don't worry about writing perfect software. And I can already hear... shit. Oh, God. I'm really bad at names today right now. The ultimate in garbage collection. Exactly, Hadlow. 1000%. Right? God, I really respect him. I am so sorry I'm forgetting his name. You guys remember who it is. The dude that's making his, like, Wasm browser game, right? And he massively cares about frameworks and overhead and all that bullshit. He's a great dude. I want to keep that in mind. I like him. I would consider him a friend, even though we've never met. Spiridon. Yes, please. Thank you. Oh, my God. I'm just in a bad, like, my brain is not equating names today for some reason. Like, I couldn't even remember the Kiss Me song. Like, come on. So, yeah, thank you. Spiro massively cares about performance. My main argument is that that's just the CO2. No, we're at 688 right now. I would probably say it's probably the whiskey. But I've been messing up the names like all day. So CO2 is actually in check right now. We're set. But my main point just being, recognize the problem you are solving. Performance for performance sake is just mental masturbation. All right, so hold on. I got to go pee. But yeah, use that fucking image in your head. You're welcome. All right. Didn't mean to necessarily put like an image in your head, but honestly, like, yeah, performance for performance sake is just mental masturbation. Just like throwing a solo into a song that didn't need it as a guitarist. It's just wank. And to me, I think that should be a quote, right? Yeah. I got to think about the right way to phrase that. Maybe the tweet to post about it. But yeah, performance for performance sake is just mental masturbation. Like the guitarist that thinks every song needs a solo. Nah, we're posting that. I think that's good. How do we feel about that? I'll let y'all be my conscience on this one. Is this something I should actually post? Or do we think just send it? No, I'm not going to regret this. No, absolutely not. This is what I fundamentally believe. I'm okay with it. I'm just wondering about my phrasing. I'm not asking whether this is like something I should send. I'm saying, like, is there a better way I could phrase it? My opinion on this will never change. But phrasing is still a thing. To LinkedIn? Absolutely to LinkedIn. Oh no, I'm totally into this being a LinkedIn post. Who knows? Maybe I make it big and I get onto like LinkedIn lunatics. I think actually it wouldn't work because this is a legitimate, like, heartfelt post. Whereas LinkedIn lunatics is about the people who are probably like actually like aliens or robots living among us. Yeah, I'm just saying, like, could I phrase it better? That's all I'm asking. I'm about to click send. I'm just wondering, you know, phrasing is still a thing. Could I fix the phrasing? Instead of mental masturbation, should I say self-gratification? I could do that. I could like HR this one up a little bit, right? Hold on, is Karen from HR like emailing me right now? Like, hold on, man. Just make that one edit. Change mental masturbation to self-gratification. I think mental masturbation is actually the perfect way to describe it. I think it does have better alliteration, right? Performance for performance sake. I think it loses it without, yeah, like, you know. Did you just plug that to ChatGPT? You can say the word masturbation here. I don't think you got oh, you threw that into DeepSeek or Claude? Either way, nah, man, I don't want the GPT version. No. No. I want this to feel real. I had a hankering for apple pie. I don't know if that was actually the lyric, but this is what I hear. Them chicks. Oh, wait, hold on. Watch the sleep out my eye shit. Okay. There's another lyric this. Them checks, they do satisfy. This is a solid song. If you didn't know, Les is totally like flicking this. This is Primus. Them chicks, they do satisfy. That was the lyric. Yeah, I don't know if you know, I'm a huge Primus fan. I should have played this on actual Groundhog Day. Fuck. All right, so yeah, I think we're good. I'm going to call it good. Yeah, I'm not worried about this going out to Twitter. Like, we're all adults here. I'm not having a problem with it going out to LinkedIn. We're all adults here. There's no one under the age of 18 that should be on LinkedIn. Now, here's the biggest question. Do I do it now or do I just schedule it for tomorrow morning? That's actually the better question. Is now the like, I think now is like the best time to excuse it. Like, well, yeah, obviously. It was like 10 p.m. on a Friday. Duh. All right. Yeah, no, I just convinced myself. We're sharing now. All right, there we go. Nailed it. Oh yeah, so people wondering about this song, why Primus? I'm a bassist. Yeah, I do the slap pop thing. Like, yeah, the way he does the flick, I can't do, but I'm jealous of. Yeah, yeah, I'm a bassist at heart. I just happen to play guitar too. Right? When you live in a van, the acoustic guitar just sounds better than, you know, the non-acoustic bass, because who can afford an acoustic bass if you're living in a van? Just saying, like, that ain't a thing. An acoustic bass is easily like $400, right? Meanwhile, you can get a guitar given to you for free. Like, dude, yeah, when I lived in my van, someone gave me an acoustic guitar for free because they didn't want to deal with it. I gifted it to my brother, and who knows what he did with it. So I actually wish I had held on to it for nostalgia's sake. But whatever. Yeah, there's a few things I regret giving to my little brother. Mainly due to the timing in which I gave it to him. I'd happily give him stuff today. Back then, fuck, that shit's gone. Oh, I had a Dreamcast at one point. But yeah, hold on. Let's get another song going. You know the funniest thing? This is the first Primus album I was actually given back in the day. That might be the reason I prefer this over like Sailing the Seas of Cheese. I feel like a lot of people's introduction to Primus was Sailing the Seas of Cheese. I prefer Frizzle Fry. But it might be based on like the first album you get. That might be it. I think that's it. All right, let's get back to code. I get it. I get it. So I think we should be good on this page, right? Like, none found. That doesn't seem right. Hold on. Oh, I was gifted most of them. Yeah, so the first one I was given was Frizzle Fry. The second one was probably Tales from the Punch Bowl. Actually, I might prefer Tales over Frizzle Fry. Frizzle Fry is like legitimate from start to finish. I think Tales has one song I like to skip. I guess it's time to go to sleep. What do I do now? Pull the pud? We need new pornos. I guess I'm still writing. Like, dude, I don't know. Dude, he made a song out of that. Are you kidding me? Dude, less is the best. Yeah, Selling the Seas of Cheese was after I was gifted Tales from the Punch Bowl. I bought Anti-Pop myself. I do think Brown Album was probably a Christmas gift at one point. Miscellaneous Debris was a Christmas gift as well. Yeah, the majority of my Primus albums were gifts. Because I was already a bassist and I was getting into alternative style stuff. Hold on. Those of you who don't know. Oh, wait. I spelled it wrong. Oh, it's CMG Corn. There you go. Right? Down there. On screen. That dude has strong opinions about the best Korn albums. They ceased being good at Follow the Leader. Come on, man. Korn is an entirely new band, starting with Follow the Leader. They sold their soul for fucking radio play. They sold their soul to get on fucking Total Request Live. That dude has strong opinions about Korn. All right? Just saying. So does this dude, actually. Shit. So yeah, for context, that was me in probably 1997? Maybe 1998? I think it was 97. Could have been 98, though. I don't know. We'll see. All right, so yeah, anyone out there on Twitter or Blue Sky, like, come on, retweet my shit, because you know that shit's true. Come on, man. Like, make that tweet go bigger, because it deserves it, whether I do or not. All right, real quick, hold on. Mark Goldbridge, Gohaku, and Ujwal. Thank you for the follows. Welcome. How you doing? We're just sending it. It's a Valentine's Day without a Valentine, so let's just do our thing, man. And yes, code will happen. We're still trying to debug the right place for this. And yes, if I came back fresh brain tomorrow instead of whiskey brain today, we'd probably solve it quicker, but fuck it. What would I do right now? Go play some video games? This is just as fun as a video game. This is just as fun as a video game. Maybe more. Maybe more. But let me get more music going. All right, so we're late enough that we should play any old music we want. Like, oh man, what do we even play? Like, I'll put on Bananas and Blow real quick, or, oh no, Pets. Hold on. We'll make great pets. No, I get it, Hadlow. I'm glad you appreciate it, because we'll keep it going. And yeah, other people, well, shit, I'm sorry. Whatever. No worries, Hadlow. Yeah. Is that just simply like a conscious choice? Like, not a good time of the day for you? maybe a reason you don't want to disclose. That's fine. I get it. You just ran out yesterday. All right. Touche. I get that. That's fine. People who are on the wagon, right? Like the AA, whatever, like you got to abstain. I get it. More power to you. If you can watch this stream and not feel that tempted, that's how you know you're killing it. And I respect that. That's super cool. I know there's maybe some people out there watching from that perspective, just statistically in general. And yeah, I'm sorry if I'm a bad influence. Hey, Steve, I see all that. Thank you on the blue sky. Appreciate you. Yeah, I can recognize I'm a bit of a bad influence. That's my bad. I might make drinking whiskey seem more fun than it is, but I don't know. You know, do what you want. Oh, Alis, you didn't have to dox yourself that way, but thank you. Well, now I know. But yeah, I'll refrain from using your real name. I'll forget real quick anyway, right? The CO2. We're at 637. I can't blame the CO2. I was just trying to bring the joke back full circle, right? It's just more fun that way. It's okay, man. Like, that's fine. Like the one I'm sipping. Yeah, the Pendleton. Pendleton's pretty good in Coca-Cola. I didn't like it mixed with the water. I'll keep doing it because it actually makes me drink less. Whereas some of the other ones that are just fucking delicious, even in water, that's actually kind of an issue. But yeah, Pendleton actually makes me drink less when it's mixed with water. That's not me trying to roast Pendleton, but kind of a roast. Damn. Lightly roasted. Like coffee I don't drink. We were just talking about bass lines earlier. Hold on. Y'all want to hear an 80s version of a bass line that makes bassists cream in their pants? In like a non-sexual way. Just wait. It's coming. Phrasing? Shit. I didn't mean that part, okay? Just wait for it. Here it comes. Oh, that bass line's so good. Yeah, that bass line kills it. Oh, I've never actually watched any JoJo's Bizarre Adventure. They actually have this song in the credits? Shit, now I actually think I need to watch it. It's just such a good song. Like, oh my god. Yeah, Yes is filled with amazing musicians. Their popular songs and this one, they're actually really fucking good. Like, I don't know the actual bass line, but I feel like that slap pop is actually that, like, rhythm there. Like, oh, it's just so good. If he's doing this with a pick, I'd be really surprised. I just don't hear the pick tone, but you can't be sure. I don't think he's doing this with a pick. There's a synth? I don't even hear the oh, but like yeah, okay, yeah, no, I get it. Yeah, I hear you. That dude's shredding too. He's just overshadowed by the bass. But I say this as a bassist, so I get it. I could be a little biased. 4-1, please? 4-1? I don't know 4-1. So ACM, because I don't know 4-1, I assume you just mean like other numbers. So 25 or 6-4 is coming up next. All right, let's try and fix the bug we got right now. Like, what the fuck, dude? Why is this not rendering the way I expected? So hold on. ACM, is 25 or 6-4 a good compromise, or do I have to play 4-1? I could do 4-1. Like, I just don't know the song. I might not like it. As long as you're okay with me not liking it and skipping it, I think we're good. That's the problem I have with song requests. Like, dude, if you request a song and I don't like it, please don't be mad at me. I'm actually, like, really picky. Wait, you're saying SoundCloud? So you're saying it's not a Yes song. Who the fuck plays for... Like, no, I'm not playing some random SoundCloud. No. Unless you're talking about my song, 4321. In which... that's like my worst song, dude. If you want me to play my SoundCloud, you can just say so. I just... Dude, Yes is a really tough act to follow. If you mean my SoundCloud, I can do it, but man. I'll do it. Like, ACM, if you're actually asking for my stuff, I'll do it, but we're going to start at, like, the beginning of the album. Is that okay? And I don't think you were actually asking for that. So, yeah. I don't want to subject anybody to it unless someone actually wants it. So wait. Did you actually mean my stuff? That's, like, really rare. Someone's actually asking to hear my stuff. I mean, I'll do it, but I was not expecting that. I thought you were kidding. I need some confirmation. Did you mean something other than my stuff and I'm just misunderstanding? Like, use your words. Come on. We definitely need to do that on this page. Okay. All right. Well, I know that's what you meant. You could have just used words. You can just say, yes, your stuff. Like, you don't have to answer with a single word every time, man. We'll let this song finish and then, yeah, I'll play my SoundCloud. Fuck it. Whatever. As far as I know, ACM, you're the first person to request my music out of the blue. Like, out of the blue. Like, some people request me to play, like, on the guitar, like my stuff, sure. You're the first person to request just my SoundCloud stuff. That kind of blows my mind a bit. Right? Yeah, Out of the Green is way different. Chubby, you've never requested it, okay? Am I pretty good at guitar? I don't think so. Other people can have preferences. I get that. So what you're going to hear real quick is my album of guitar stuff I recorded. Like, dude, the most recent song is like 2011. The earliest is probably like 2007 or 8. Maybe 2007. This one is 2008. The guitar riff I recorded living in a house. The sequencing of the drums and the bass line I recorded while living in a van. This is probably the best song I made. It's not that good. I'm still proud of it, though. So keep that in mind, right? I may be somewhat humble, but no, I enjoy what I made. It's not that good. Mixing could be better. The drums are kind of shitty. It's a little repetitive. And yeah, like mixing is just all over the place. Like this part's so muddy. Ugh. But as far as a single person making it, it could be worse. I think we've all heard worse. So Chubby, hold on. You've actually gone to just SoundCloud in general just to listen to this? No way. Dude, you don't gotta lie to kick it. Like, come on, man. Like, it's fine. I get it. Like, dude. This one is not your favorite. Oh, interesting. Okay. What would you say your favorite is without me playing the others? I'm testing you now. Watching, judging. Look at the baby, look at the baby. I actually have a song in which I sing. It's not published to hear, but I do have a singing song. I'll play it after this album if you're still willing to listen. The singing one, I think is probably one of my worst. But I don't know. I still like it for what it is. Oh, yeah, listen to this song. This is a pretty good one. Right? Like that doesn't even sound like me. Nailing it. This is an ad. Keep that in mind. I'm bullshitting right now. I'm sorry. I hope everyone got the joke I was making. This isn't me. This is some bullshit ad, okay? Yeah, I know, right? It doesn't even sound like me. All right, here we go. Actually, the majority of this song was recorded in my van because I had a solar panel on top and I could actually hook my laptop up and everything. The majority of this song was a van song. There's no actual bass line. Think about it. There's no actual bass line. Like, there's the guitar playing the bass line, but it's not a bass doing it. I think the chorus might have been, down-tuned, which helps, right? Like, the chorus, effect I have on the guitar right now. Yeah, dude, I keep forgetting the majority of this song was recorded in a van at Timberline, right there in the parking lot. Solar panel and everything. Right? The drums, totally synthetic, so ignore that shit. Yeah, no bass line to be heard, but a down-tuned acoustic guitar, right? Especially using effects. All right, it fits. Man, yeah, major nostalgia on this stuff. All right, back to some code. I know, I'm taking my sweet ass time, right? Uh, duh. It's a Friday on Valentine's Day. It's like I'm drinking whiskey or something. I don't get it. Yes, this part actually seems good. Hmm. Yeah, this is where the mixing becomes like a wall of sound. It's bad mixing. Hmm. Dude, if you look at the like the audio profile, right? Like the waveform of the entire song, it's all so flat. Like, that's bad mixing. Also, it's kind of in line with wall of sound mixing as well. The drums are sequenced. So I took those like samples from maybe some like sets that I couldn't pay for, and I got them from a random place that I don't necessarily want to like shout out. But I sequenced them with Fruity Loops or FL Studio. But yeah, they came from a library of samples from like a real drum kit. And that was actually my main goal with all my stuff. I wanted the drums to sound real. I didn't want to use the same like 808 bullshit. Like fake drum, bad hip hop style. My goal was to make songs that I could have a real drummer jump in for, and it would sound close enough to the album. So yeah, like all of my songs have these like real drums, but totally fake drums. No, I did not have a huge van. These are just samples that sound all right, but most real drummers would know, like, well, hold on, man. Some of these things are impossible to actually play. I think in this song, it doesn't kick in till later. But in a bunch of the other songs, like, the drums are completely unrealistic. This one could be played. And this is actually, like, I think the oldest song I have. There was, like, one that came before it. But this is, like, the first, like, full song I made that felt real, you know? Droll is your favorite. That's the most recent one. I think I had gotten to a better point at that point, and I do want to make more music. Yeah, Droll is like the evolution, right? This is the oldest version. I think Arabicitic came after, and then My Dreams was after that one, and then finally Droll was like the most recent from all of them. And I had others in between. Dude, so Chubby, maybe like the thing you're getting at is in Droll, like that synth. Oh my god, that synth is the best synth I'll ever make, and it was a total accident. Total fucking accident. Yeah, the synth was a mistake. It was a monophonic synth. Where, like, yeah, there's like the chorus and the verse. And then the bridge that you hear is actually me just playing the chorus and the verse at the same time. But because it's monophonic, it does this like weird like ebb and flow between the two, like based upon the notes that are playing. That becomes this thing that I couldn't even reproduce if I tried. Like, dude. Yeah, like I couldn't reproduce that if I tried. Yeah, they don't fluctuate. I did introduce a little bit of fluctuation, but like most of the music you'll hear on anything I make is actually like loops. So even the guitar, the bass, all that stuff is just a loop I recorded. That's probably only like a bar long. My goal was to eventually record an entire verse and an entire chorus at a time, replacing the individual bars that were looped, and then that would add like realism to it, but I never got to that step. So most of the stuff I made went through like a very like obvious like progression to me that never got completed. Whereas like record and compose with loops, understand like how long the verse should be loop wise, how long the intro should be loop wise. Do I need like fillers? Sure. And then eventually take that and record over top with an entire verse at a time or an entire chorus at a time. And then it'd feel more real, even if they were recorded just like verse separately, chorus separately. And yeah, sorry about the ad. But I never got to that point because I got to a point where like the individual like loops were good enough for me. And yeah, so every single thing you hear from me, we're operating on like maybe like 4 bars to make a measure. And I never went beyond like a whole measure at a time. So it's all loop based. And yeah, this is probably my favorite as well. So I recorded all my loops with Cakewalk Sonar, and then I did the composition in FL Studio. No, not GarageBand. I was always on Windows because I was poor. I lived in a van, man. Do you think I could afford a Mac? Hell no. No way in hell, man. I remember living in my van, taking my gaming laptop and plugging into a random like outlet I found and making money off of Diablo 3's real market like auction house. I sold gems on the real money auction house and like paid for Diablo 3 and more. Yeah. I made money off of Diablo 3. Paid for the game and then some. Sitting there, not in government camp, this was down in Welch's, by the library, plugging into a random like outlet that wasn't secured. Gaming until like 5 a.m. So yeah, everyone listening, this riff, right, kicks in for the chorus here. It's nice. We heard a little like riff in the verse ahead of this. When the bridge kicks in, that's both of those riffs combined in a monophonic synth, so they have this like ebb and flow between them. And I couldn't do it again if I tried. This part right here, actually. The part you just heard, that mixed with this. Sorry, I mixed up which one was which. It may be mixed badly in this part. I'll agree to that. Right here. Right? The way it randomly goes to that lower note. Oh my god, dude, I couldn't have done that if I tried. Yeah. Yeah. So, man, Chubby Puppy, I appreciate the fact that you enjoy that. Thank you. Yeah, man, I couldn't do that synth riff ever again on purpose if I tried. Now, I could remake it, listening to it, and then figuring it out. Sure. But, yeah, I'm just saying. Thank you. Happy little serendipitous accidents. That is like the best way that could be phrased. Absolutely. All right, so hold on. I got shit to close because I got way too many windows open. What the fuck, dude? Okay, there we go. So, someone did ask, where's the singing? Okay. Anyone who doesn't want to hear me sing, I get it if you leave right now. I totally understand. I at least want to give the warning. That was a little loud, sorry. I probably recorded this in like 2011 or 12. And it makes me a little nostalgic, so I definitely need more whiskey to hear this. Maybe. That's fine. I know, I appreciate that. If I could, like, just post an audio clip to social media, I'd share it. But I actually got to create some video for it to actually share it. So that's the tougher part. I'd share it. I totally would. Fuck it. Well, I mean, the album that the others are on is called Voiceless. So no, it shouldn't be with the others. But maybe up on SoundCloud? I could do that. All right, yeah, it should be on the SoundCloud, but not that album. All right, we'll see, we'll see. I actually, like, Droll used to have lyrics to it. They were just so pretentious. I don't know. They were so fucking pretentious. Like, I don't know, man. This one, it is at least a little relatable. But yeah, Droll's lyrics sucked. They were like college kid philosophy style. Like, just, ugh. All right, so can we recognize that bass line? You've probably heard it before. Is it really any different from the frog song? It might be different enough, but no. Can we recognize that bass line I was playing in that last song was heavily inspired by this, and I didn't even recognize it at the time? So it's basically unintended plagiarism. Silverchair vibes. Ooh. You gonna wait till, fat boy? Fat boy, wait till tomorrow. Yeah, totally. Yeah, I get it. All right. Just thinking about my own weight at this point. Not the song. I bet your girlfriend just chuckled if she could hear that. Just the smallest little like smirk, maybe. Maybe not. I don't know. All right, yeah. They got the reference at least. Come on. All right, just saying. But yeah, like this song. Dude, did I rip off that bass line without realizing it? I think I did. Like they're playing it on maybe a mandolin or something. I don't know what the guitarist is playing it on. But that bass line in that last song I played, yeah. I'm surprised she said Silverchair because I usually get the like, oh, it sounds like Death Cab on like the song in which I sing, which I think makes a lot of sense because I was listening to a lot of Death Cab at the time. But yeah, interesting the Silverchair reference. Okay. I mean, I'll take it. Yeah, like, dude, before Silverchair went for radio play, they were fucking good. Oh man, yeah, like super good. So I'll take any comparison to early Silverchair I can take. Yeah, yeah. Thank you. All right, back to this bug that we got. Have I been just bullshitting because I don't want to solve this bug? Like, I thought there was an easy fix, and none of the easy fixes are working, so now I'm just like, I'm kicking that can down the road. It's so crazy to me that it works and then doesn't. So there's a point at which this like second level fetch is failing. And I don't think this dot catch is actually the problem. It actually could be. Well, hold on. Here in table wrapper, yeah, table wrapper is not doing that. That might be the whole issue. Oh, wait. So hold on. Here in table wrapper, where is sandbox even used? It's there. And it's there. And we're triggering a refetch, but we're not actually toggling an error. We're letting the top level handle that part. Oh. That's actually our bug. On the, hold on, let me look at the accounts page. We got the list, sure, right? And that list is just this thing. We pass in is sandbox. Shit. Yeah, I'm not seeing how we're actually handling that. Yeah, like I don't want to put y'all to sleep with this song. Yeah, my bad. I love this song, by the way. Hold on, if you're old enough, you know Incubus. But yeah. I just wanted to shout out how I think I ripped off their bass line without even knowing it. That's all. Burp. All right, do we want to hear a Burning Down the House cover? Or Sneaker Pimp 6 Underground? Or some soul coughing? All right, we'll do the Burning Down the House cover. We heard one Burning Down the House cover earlier. All right, haven't heard Soul Coughing in a while. I could play it. Dude, I saw Soul Coughing live in either October. I think it was October. Right before I flew to TwitchCon. So yeah, it was probably like October 15th-ish or something. Fantastic show. I think they're still touring. If you're in the Midwest, they're coming to your area. Hold on. Let me just show it. Soul Coughing, website, blah, 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 tour stuff. Here we go. So yeah, April 9th, Memphis, 10th, St. Louis, Nashville, Atlanta, Birmingham, New Orleans. Like, they're doing like a full, like, Southeast tour. And then heading to Ontario and New York just for shits and giggles. They were here in Seattle back in, I think, October. It was such a good show. Holy shit, dude. They fucking killed it. 1 second. Sorry. ACM, what are you showing? Shrek Forever soundtrack, Mike Simpson, Shake Your Groove thing. I'm not gonna play that. And ACM, I'm hesitating to give you link privileges based on that. I don't know. This is a meritocracy. I don't think you've earned link privileges from that link. Anyway, Soul Coughing was a fantastic fucking show. It was super good. All of the original bandmates, the singer sounded exactly like the record, right? Stand up bass dude, fucking shredded, even though he looked way older than he used to. Like, dude, if Soul Coughing is coming to your area sometime soon, you should definitely go see them. Because who knows how much longer they'd be touring, you know? They're all terrifically old. This might be your last chance to see Soul Coughing, like, live. Oh, the Bug's fine. We'll do Bugs. Yeah, whatever. Yeah, Bugs are momentary, man. Soul Coughing's last tour is forever. You got bug spray? Dude, don't kill the ladybugs. The ladybugs help you keep other bugs in check. Let the ladybugs live, man. Right? Hold on. If this were a Tool album, let the rabbits wear glasses. A-list. I bet your partner got that reference. Let the rabbits wear glasses. Damn right. Hey, all right. I'm in good company. Even if they won't chat themselves, I get it. Hell yeah. Awesome. All right, back to the bug we got. Shit. Yeah, I don't know what the issue is here. So the thing is, we see like the balance value actually fluctuate. Not when we toggle it back on. Oh, it's just a spacing issue? Hold on. Oh, shit. And it fails. No, there's a definite issue. In sandbox mode, we shouldn't have any of those account balances. Right? Like, we're showing it right now. This is actually the true state of this page. If I toggle it off, we see things. If I toggle it back on, we also see things and they like move, but it's the same values, but technically they shouldn't be there. Right? So we're dealing with a state bug based upon our fetching, and it should be obvious where the bug is. So when we look at balance accounts, this is where the bug actually is. Right? We were looking at accounts just a second ago, and that doesn't have this same like toggle, like sandbox, non-sandbox bug. But this page does. Balance accounts has this bug. And if we solve this here, we can apply the same pattern to every other nested page. Right? Accounts is top level. Balance accounts is nested. So we're dealing with like a nested bug versus like a top level bug. And is not found. We're checking that value here within balance accounts, but we're not setting that value, or are we? Hold on. No, we try and set it. When we do a fetch, this should be giving us a 404. This should definitely be a 404. Like, why are we not getting a 404 here? And what is the network request path looking like? We do this, we get 404s for the thing we're fetching and the nested stuff, and ooh, all them witches. This is a KEXP live recording, like live. It's live when they recorded it. It's not live right now, right? But, dude, all them witches, they fucking shred. This is just a couple songs, hopefully without Cheryl Waters jumping in and talking about some bullshit. Dude, all them witches fucking kills it. So, yeah, I'm down. Yeah, we'll listen. It's chill. Russian Circles is coming to Seattle, and I probably need to buy a ticket to that shit, like, right fucking now. I might give it till Sunday, but yeah, I need to do it. So hold on. Someone chimed in on the tweet that I just tweeted out. You remember it, right? The mental masturbation thing. Someone just said, masturbating can feel good though. Plus, performance may not matter for you, but might matter for your consumers. Until you verify, and this is my reply, until you verify that users need it, you are just performing self-gratification. If you can prove that your users need it, it's not masturbation. That's just sex. I didn't type that part. Yeah, like by definition. Like, come on, man. Do your users need it? No. So, yeah, you're just satisfying yourself. That's what performance optimizations are, unless your users need it. If you haven't identified if your users need it, well, yeah, you're just pleasuring yourself. I'm trying to be as less gross about it as I can, but that's like the definition of that. Right? So we'll see that, yeah, Twitter shows it to maybe 200 people, but I bet the shit goes off on LinkedIn. Dude, I would bet that LinkedIn sends this far and wide. Should I feel a little self-conscious that LinkedIn is sending me wider than Twitter? I doubt it. Because LinkedIn isn't going to penalize me for criticizing their fucking, their fucking dictator. I mean, leader. I could talk as much shit about Satya as I want, and LinkedIn would still send me far and wide, But Elon is a thin-skinned son of a bitch. So yeah, obviously, my shit won't go far and wide on Twitter. Fucking Elon, man. God, what a dickbag. And yeah, I try to avoid politics, but he won't let me. What a fucking asshole. Anyway, let's get back to code. Fucking Elon. You taking off there, Sloop? Yeah. Did I make decent background noise even through the rants? Okay, I'll take it. The fact that there are people still hanging out at an 11 p.m. CM Griffing stream is kind of crazy, actually. I mean, yeah, the music's actually the reason. I get it. All them witches, thank you. 2 a.m. for you? Oh, damn. So, yeah, you're East Coast. More power to you, man. I get it. Thank you. I appreciate the lurk. And yeah, I'm probably at the moment where, am I going to solve this bug, or am I just, like, allowing myself to get distracted because I don't want to solve this? That might be it. That might just be it. Whereas, if I just stream tomorrow, we'd solve this problem in like an hour, right? Probably not exactly. Like, I love a good rant. I love a good chat. And what else would I do in the moment? I'd just go play some video game and cook some bullshit food. I might have just convinced myself I want some bullshit food. I want some bullshit gaming. So this is a good place to pick up tomorrow, actually. Talk more about how I avoid procrastination. Dude, I haven't even begun to procrastinate yet. What are you talking about? Shit. Neighbors might moan a little bit, but it's a Friday night. I got at least till midnight, and then I can just bring the microphone right down to my face and we'll talk like we're on like the radio or something. And then radio voice, I don't think they have a reason to do it. But if I'm yelling at y'all on this stream, like, yeah, no, I get it. Like, they could complain. Like, yeah, dude, I'm way too loud right now. I get that. I totally get that. But on gaming stream, I'll totally bring the mic right up to my face and we'll talk like we're on the radio and it's totally fine. No big deal, stream. Like, yeah, just chilling. But, yeah, I can only do that when the mic's in my face. Like, I don't know what it is. I don't get it. Whatever. Fuck it. I think the neighbors get it. I've been really good-ish lately. Am I going to ask my neighbors? No, because then they'd see my face. Ugh, fuck that. Yeah, every once in a while, it's not a fucking problem. If I do it 3 times a week, then yeah, they should fucking pound on the ceiling or something. Like, dude, on a Friday night, what the fuck, dude? Like, come on, man. Come on, man. But no, I think we're at a good point. Could we solve this bug right now? We definitely could. But also, I need food in my belly. If I don't eat now, I'm probably going to forget to eat, and that's a way worse problem. And then, yeah, you know, we got stream tomorrow. It's fine. I can go play some games. Yeah, am I going to go play some League of Legends over on gaming stream? Y'all want to see a really bad singed? I gotcha. No big deal. Outer Wilds? No. I'm going to play some League. You can watch a really bad Singed player play some League. And I believe, hold on, Alice, I just heard your partner vomit in their mouth. I'm sorry, my bad. No big deal. It's no worries. We won't do it on this stream. We'll end stream, we'll go raid someone, and then that's up to you if you want to go raid into a really bad Singe stream. Because I think I do want to play some Singe tonight. I'll eat some food. We'll watch some random like show. Kingdom Come combat sword stuff. Yeah, I do need to beat Kingdom Come Deliverance 1 so I can play Kingdom Come Deliverance 2. I do also want to beat Kingdom Come Deliverance 2 so I can play Avowed. I got this queue, man. This queue sucks. Shit. But okay, who's streaming right now? I know, we're at 11 p.m. I never go this late. I haven't gone this late since like 2001 or 2002 when I did the accidental like 18-hour stream. Yeah, holy cow. Yeah. So, let's go raid someone. Who's streaming right now, even? Who's even going? Who's even streaming right now? Oh, Sergeant Pepper? I think we go raid Sergeant Pepper. He's doing some Elgato stream setup stuff. I'm not sure he'd be stoked on having someone raid him while this shit's doing its thing. So hold on, let's look otherwise. Who else could we raid? Sergeant Pepper's great. Keep that in mind. Productive time? You know what? Keegan's going. He's got a camera. Like, no, this is a perfect stream to go raid. All right, so we're going to go raid Keegan, who's a dude. He hangs out here a bunch of times. He just started, so this is even, like, more perfect. Yep, that's his profile image, so I didn't fuck up this time. All right, so we're going to go raid Keegan. He's a good dude. Did I go too late? Did I drink too much whiskey? Probably all of the above. I don't think I overdid it, though, right? We've all seen me stream where I overdo it, and I'm kind of a jerk. I don't think I did that today, and I'm really proud of that. Technically, that's what should be expected. Like, just don't be a jerk. So, no one needs to applaud that. I'm stoked, though. We had a holiday's worth of whiskey without being a fucking jerk. I'll take it. All right, so YouTube, have a good night. I'll see you all tomorrow.